Okay. Hello, everybody. Achuta, welcome. After so long of bad internet. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Dynamics, you have a French test tomorrow. You haven't studied? Well, then don't be here, bro. Leave. Go do stuff about it. French is cringe anyway. No, I mean, that's not really the point, but won't argue with it. Max, hello. Benjamin. You got Strom 1P. You got Strom 1P. You got Strom 1P. Yeah. Strom 1P. Yeah. I can tell you what you don't have, though. Swear. I might play some free-for-all later, or Heat 2. I didn't play it yesterday, but that's fine. I don't... What? You hacked 10 games today. I don't believe you. Like, even remotely. Well, you know, that's okay. Stop ignoring you. That's the first thing that you said. I don't think I see... Oh, no, earlier you said, rate my hanger and send me an in-game friend invite. No, bro. I mean, first off, you were just really rude. And you were demanding attention. Second off, no, I don't rate people's hangers, sorry. I kind of, man, like, when I used to do those, like, hanger review streams, those were kind of really boring for me, but I wouldn't mind going back to it to some degree. The problem is that it's actually just really inconvenient. It's just really inconvenient. Because, like, if I look at someone's hanger, I have no idea what else is in their inventory. I can tell them do this or do that, but half the time they don't have the weapons or the mechs that I'm trying to tell them to use. Or sometimes I think that they're using the best stuff that they have, but they're actually not. They have way better stuff in their inventory that they're just not using, or the hanger that or the hanger that they have equipped just like isn't even the hanger that they normally use. So like, there's literally no point in even looking at it. There's all kinds of problems with it, and it very often requires me to kind of have like a back and forth with people, right? So I have to have like a back and forth with this person, and I feel like most of the time they're like, I don't know, solid 2 minutes behind on the stream. I'm looking at it like there's like maybe a 2 second, maybe 3 second stream delay on my side. But then like other people aren't responding until like a solid minute after. And sometimes I just don't see their response. Sometimes they... Actually, what really, really often happens is that they just ask a question and then they leave. Which is super... It's super annoying. The number of people who ask a question and then leave, and then I answer it, and then they come back and ask it again, and I'm like, well, I already answered that. And they're like, oh, well, sorry, I left. Like, well, then why in the world did you ask? Bro. Hamsgun, hello. Let me invite some people. John Clare, hello. How are you? Mind if you see my implants? If neither of these guys accept the invite, then sure, I'll go look at it. I have like no good implants, by the way. I'm just focusing on getting mechs and weapons. So those are kind of garbage. Those are... Oh, it's not fun. It's actually the best implant set that I have, I think. And then that one. And then this one's just cooldown storm wreck damage. Nope. I invited you, but you didn't accept it. And then a single pod gun damage on that. So yeah, half of my implant slots are not being used. But it's okay. RuFFles, do you remember me? I don't think so. Sorry. You have stuff to do. Have fun. Okay. Bye-bye, Hamsgun. Good luck. Minigun Eclipse Surge Revoker Aegis Pod Gun or Revoker Eclipse Surge Ember. Minigun Aegis. I would not put Revoker or Ember Gun on Eclipse, personally. Unless it's for free-for-all tournament. If you're doing free-for-all tournament, then go ahead. Otherwise, no. Onyx or Eclipse. Onyx is really bad. I guess a lot of people probably don't know that simply because Onyx and Gatecrash are actually two of the most common mechs for pay-to-win players to get and upgrade. Because they're very, very straightforward. Especially Gatecrasher has a really good stats, but Onyx is probably the most popular. If you see anyone running a minigun Onyx build, that does mean that they are a noob. That means they are pay-to-win. There are many, many Onyx, minigun Onyx builds that you'll see. Immediately you can identify someone who knows what they're doing versus someone who doesn't know what they're doing. And you can use that to your advantage, like it does actually matter. Because that determines how you play, right? That just means you be a little bit patient. The thing with pay-to-win players is that all of them play the exact same way. Because why wouldn't they, right? The way that they learn to play the game is based on the presupposition that they are stronger than all of their enemies. So they learn to just naturally have a tendency toward hyper-aggressiveness because they will be tankier and their weapons will deal more damage than their opponents. Because they're pay to win, right? So they will have a tendency to be super, super aggressive and not take cover or utilize cover. They will not be careful at all. Oh, he crashed me. I might be dead, yeah. He crashed me just at the right time. That was sad. So yeah. Pay-to-win players, they all kind of play the same. And you can use that. You can use that to your advantage. That's why Orion's so strong against them. Because you weaken them a lot, and you slow them down, and their instinct is just to run at you blindly. So when they step out from cover and you mark them, they have no idea how to counter that. That's also why pod guns are so darn good against them. Because the fact that you can hit them even when they can't see you, and even when you can't see them, the fact that you can hit them, it just boggles their mind. They don't know what to do. So that means, like, pod guns really, really, really strong. Free-to-play players, I think, should all of them should get pod gun, honestly, if possible. That also makes weapons like Revoker kind of weak. And they're weak because what are you going to do? Are you going to brawl with this guy who's got higher level mechs, higher level weapons than you? And probably mods that are also higher level? Like, are you gonna win that fight? Do you really think so? I don't think so. Doesn't even matter if they're using a worse weapon, honestly. Like, they're probably still gonna win just because of the level difference. So... Revoker is strong, but it's not the first thing you should be worrying about, especially when you're like lower SP, like myself at this account. Missile Rack 6 on Paragon. The first mistake you made was ranking up Paragon. Don't do that. That's unfortunate. That was close. That's a bot. There he is. Please no, please no, please no! I shouldn't have gone down. I should have stayed up there and waited. I think we win by influence anyway. It doesn't really matter. I do want to ensure that I don't die, though, which might not happen. No, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. We're fine. I just don't want to, I don't want to lose by meching out, that's all. Very cool. Best weapon on Aegis tier 7 aside from Stormrack. Well, it kind of depends on what the rest of your... Kind of depends on what the rest of your mechs look like. There are some mechs, quite a few mechs, actually most mechs, that are only really good with one or two different things. And then there's other ones that are good with a few more. They have a few more options. Aegis is one of those more versatile ones, I would say. But even if you only have 2 or 3 options per mech, the one that you go for each one does depend on the stuff that you already have. The stuff that you're... Like, the stuff that you already have kind of determines the stuff that you need, right? Not to say, like, oh, I already have Revoker on Surge or whatever, so I'm not going to put Revoker on something else. No, it's just to say, like, okay, do you have anything with any type of range? Do you have a Brawler build? Do you have a tank build? If you have, let's say, if Aegis is the only tank in your hangar, you should probably put a build, you should probably put a weapon on it to where you could spawn it on a contested beacon and actually be able to do good damage, because you're not going to want to spawn a really passive weapon. You're not going to want to put a really passive weapon on the only tank that you have, because then you couldn't really use it as a tank, you know what I'm saying? Like, at that point, it sort of defeats the purpose. So, like, do you have, like, a defensive brawler? Do you have an offensive brawler? Do you have decent range? Do you have... Usually, I prefer at least one build that you don't have to fight people. That you don't have to, like, have line of sight. I like to have at least one build where I don't have to have line of sight. Because that's a build that you can survive with for a really long time, if that's your goal. There's a lot of cases where it's just like the only thing you have to do is not die. And, you know, at that point, just spawn the thing that's super passive. Like, I mean, that's the reason I put Podgun on Aegis and not on Redeemer. Because Aegis is not going to die. It has the shield. Redeemer is fast. It can get better angles. I could maybe get a few kills quicker with it, but I would die significantly faster, and ultimately I'd get way less kills throughout the match. Do I want to 1v1? No, I don't. I don't think 1v1 is a test of skill. I think 1v1 is just who has the better 1v1 stuff. The only point to where 1v1s and, in my opinion, 2v2s are a test of skill is when both parties have the exact same stuff. So actually, funnily enough, the most interesting 1v1s and 2v2s, in my opinion, are the ones that are actually, like, legitimately absolute max level. Because then you know everybody's got the best stuff possible, and it's all about, like, min-maxing. And everyone's got max everything. They have very, very similar hangers, if not identical hangers. And so at that point, it's a test of skill. But otherwise, if there's even one level difference on the same hanger, you just have an advantage. What's the other guy gonna do? Go kill somebody else? No, not really. That's why I think 1v1 and 2v2 is... It's mostly just a game of who's got the better 1v1 meta and who's got the better 2v2 meta. I know some people who play 1v1s, well, probably not 1v1s, basically nobody does that. Some people who play 2v2s are going to take offense to that, but whatever. Okay. The MD is in the chat? I don't know. When are we going to be able to play with you? Well... To be fair, I invited a bunch of people before I started, and nobody joined, so I just started playing solo. I'll invite people after this match. Only mode you play is CPC? Well, it is my favorite, and I think it's most people's favorite, to be honest. But the tournament mode is also kind of necessary. Free-for-all is kind of interesting, so I will play that sometimes. The 5v5 is so boring, though, dude. I know somebody was saying, like, they should add 2v2 as a tournament mode. I'd be like, hell no, bro. I'd be even less likely to play tournament. Hey Sean, hello. How are you? My man, you did not crash me, okay? I freaking... I EMP'd him 2 solid weeks before he crashed me, and he's just like, nah, I got you, don't worry. No, you didn't. CPC should be in tournament. I think what they should do is just remove tournament, essentially. Like, not in the sense that they, like, actually remove tournament, but in the sense that, like, I hate the fact that the only reasonable way to get A-coins is by taking them from other people. In a really, really, really poorly thought out game mode. Not even just the 5v5 or free-for-all aspect of it, but the points system just in general. The points, the brackets, the rewards that you get per bracket, and the fact that getting one means that somebody else doesn't get it. Like, I think for the most part... I gotta restart because I have this invite glitch that keeps me from being able to invite people. Now, that's not to say that I think everyone should get the first place rewards for every single bracket every single day, you know? Like, I'm not saying people should just, like, get 1,200 A-coins for doing nothing every week. But I do think that everyone should have the option, the opportunity to grind for it. I don't think that just because someone grinded for longer or harder than you did means that you should therefore not get the thing. I think I think everybody should be able to potentially get it. Because without tournament rewards, you get crap. You don't get anything. Been killed by someone's revoker return shot who I killed a full 5 seconds before. Game lag is crazy sometimes. That's wild, bro. I didn't used to have this issue. It's actually a sort of recent issue. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's not the first time that it's happened, but for the longest time it was perfectly fine. It was smooth, and I wasn't dealing with bots that were like EMPing me a solid 18 days after the fact, you know. You think Orion doesn't need Stormwreck in low tier? No, I agree. I think the best build that you could make, if I were to get Orion right now, I think the best build I could make is Podgun. And the reason is because, again, Orion is your anti-pay-to-win guy. Why would you give it weapons that require line of sight? Every time you expose yourself, you're basically guaranteed to take some small amount of damage. This is why Aegis is better than Redeemer in terms of podguns. Because every little thing that happens is most likely going to result in small amounts of damage taken on your part. If it's an Aegis, then it can just be damage towards your shield, and your shield comes back all the time, so you don't have to worry about it. So even though I legitimately, I have Stormwreck 10 and 6, I made a video, but I recorded a video, but it's not out yet. It's gonna be a little bit, but yeah, no, I have Stormwreck 10, and I have this double Stormwreck build on Redeemer. It's still far, far worse than this Podgun Aegis is. It is. And it's just because at this stage of the game especially, there are a significant number of players that have no idea what they're doing, but they have really, really strong stuff, and the only way to beat them, or at least the best way to beat them, is by using weapons like this. I could also use the radius from Stormwreck. It is possible, and I do it, but it's easier with Podgun. But basically by using weapons that can deal damage without them being able to deal damage back. Pay to win people. Pay to win players mostly prefer sustained fire in your face weapons. And that's because, like I said before, their preferred playstyle is a in-your-face, super aggro, aggressive brawler playstyle. And that makes sense because, again, if they're paying for a bunch of really strong stuff, then that means their weapons are stronger, their mechs are stronger. If they have mods and pilots, then their mods and pilots are also stronger. And they can and will beat you if you're in that face-to-face encounter. So as a free-to-play player, even against other free-to-play players, you should be trying your best to avoid those face-to-face encounters. Because otherwise it's just a toss-up as to whether or not you have the higher level stuff. That's why I say Revoker is not top priority. It shouldn't be top priority. Now using Revoker on, like, Zephyr is not a bad idea. I mean, using Revoker on Surge is obviously really good. And the reason that Revoker Surge, like, the reason people use Revoker Surge in late game is because, like, Surge stops people from being able to move, right? So it's a way to kill someone. Again, it's similar to Podgun, where it's like you can kill someone without them being able to kill you. Surge does the same thing. It EMPs the enemy, which means that you can kill them without them being able to kill you, and that's when it's okay to use Revoker. Some people use Eclipse with Revoker just because Revoker is really strong, and Eclipse really can't be stopped by anything. But I don't think that that's the best use for Eclipse, personally. In most cases, obviously, like free-for-all tournament, or even 2v2 where the maps are really small, probably Revoker Eclipse is better, just because you're mostly within Revoker range anyways, you may as well use it. How much does Storm 10 cost? 712,500 credits? I just got it, so I think it's that. Yes, exactly that amount. Did you get the mod survey that came out today? I mean, clearly not. The survey button stays down there for a while after. Oh wait, I was gonna invite people, my bad. Ringer. Timu. I'll invite you again. Cryo Launcher Ares still usable endgame? No. No rare mech should be used endgame, period. I don't care what anyone tells you. What's the next goal for this account? Revoker? No, actually. What I want to do first is duplicate Stormrack 10, and then buy Orion. Maybe I do it the other way around. Depends on how quickly I get blueprints. Because again, Revoker is not top priority. What am I going to put it on? A freaking Zephyr? The Zephyr doesn't even do that much anyway. I don't think that the Zephyr would be significantly better with Revoker. It'll be better for sure, but I don't think it would be significant to a point where it's worth that amount of credits. Double Stormrack builds, I think, would be good. Put that on the Guardian. The Orion would also be good, because I can then replace the freaking Ares, and the Ares isn't doing anything, bro. Maybe I'll get Sentinel, because to be fair, I don't really have any intention of getting into tier 7 and buying, like, Surge or Eclipse. I don't really care. I don't care about those mechs. Those mechs are stupid. I have Surge and Eclipse on my other account. I kind of want Brick House, so I will get to tier 7 eventually, just to get Brick House at some point, probably, but it's not like it's not a top priority for me, right? So I might get Sentinel just for the sake of argument. Thank you. By the way, guys, if there's anything that I'm saying where you're like, oh, that's really interesting, you should make that into a video, or if there's anything that I'm saying where it's like you want me to like expand a little bit more, like you want me to kind of explain it a little bit more in a separate video, I recently made a thing in my Discord where you can suggest video ideas. And yeah, I'll just be looking at those. And this goes for anything, bro. Like it could be a guide, it could be a comparison. So if you're thinking like, oh, I'm stuck between Revoker and Stormrack on this one specific mech. I mean, maybe you could suggest I make a video about Revoker versus Stormrack, or with any weapons really. Like, you could suggest that I make certain comparison videos. Like, it's basically just a way for people to ask me all of these questions that they'll always ask me. Usually I don't answer them. Most of the time I won't answer them just because I get so many of them I can't answer all of them. But if it seems like something that a lot of people would ask, then yeah, I'll make a video about it. I'm currently working on a specific video about a specific topic that a lot of people bring up. I'm not going to say what it is just yet, but it should be like a week or so before that one's out. You were muted by me for an everyone ping? Well, yeah, don't do that. I don't know what you think. You think I'm not gonna apologize? What do you mean? Moose Attack, hello. Revoker or Stormrack or Viper. See? That's what I'm saying. If you have a specific question like that, you could suggest I make a comparison video, like all the comparison videos that I've made. You could suggest a more like specific guide type of video. And it would be a way for me to spend the time that I'd normally spend, well, the time that I'd like to spend, just kind of explaining the nuances between everything, because there's a lot of nuances between stuff, and I can give a lot of detailed information. The problem is that when everybody's asking really, really vague questions, which is just like, bro, Viper or Disc Launcher, right? I don't know what mech you're putting it on, first off. And second off, like, are those the only two options that you have? Most of the time, it's actually not. Like, most of the time, like, I'll say, like, let's say, for example, someone's like, Viper or Disc Launcher? I'll say, oh, okay, probably Disc Launcher. And they'll say, okay, well, Disc Launcher or Podgun? Like, okay, Podgun's obviously better than both of them, so why did you ask me specifically Viper or Disc Launcher if there were actually, like, 5 different options that you had? So what ends up happening is, basically what I'm saying is, I just end up wasting a lot of time going back and forth with all of those questions, and I try to explain myself as much as possible, but there's just too many people with too many questions, and it's not a problem on your end. Like, I mean, there's a lot of, I mean, like, there's a lot of you guys, and you have a lot of questions. It's perfectly fine. But I am, like, physically limited as to how many questions I can realistically answer. So the best way to do it, hey, let's go, bro. A full 5v5. Walk in, boys. The best way for me to handle it is to just make a video about it. Guys, don't, please, for the love of God, don't all go right side. Oh, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. It's already over. This guy's just following me. Okay. I got you. He's gotten Orion, so I'll give him a shield. Alright. Watch right. Oh, he's marked. That's actually good. Okay, this guy's also marked. Yeah. Right here. Oh, yeah. Ha! He got the Hellfire 16 thing. That's great. I actually liked that event. I mean, the fact that it was Hellfire 16 made it kind of garbage, but otherwise it was a really good event. Hey, have you tried not doing that? Please and thank you. Right there, he's got guided. Really? Okay. Interesting. Watch out. Oh. Never mind. Run. I actually suck at Mech Arena myself, not gonna lie. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. At least you're aware of it. That other game that I play, Warbots Frontiers. Great game, dude, but I am balls at that thing. I am not good, which makes it difficult to make any kind of videos about it, because, like... Get that guy behind you. Thank you. No, my reload was longer than I thought it would be. I was just going by the little thingy in the middle. I wasn't looking at the actual time, which I should have done. It's okay. Should have waited and spawned B, personally. Oh, he's got a Seeker. Run. He charged with a Panther. He had a fragment gun Panther. I know, it's crazy. Good job. Oh, that guy left. Never mind. It was a 5v4. WD-40. Ah, dang it, bro. I keep getting this stupid thing where the game freezes. What's your opinion on Parasite as a mech? That thing is funny as hell, bro. Don't spam. I won't add you, but I will time you out. Imagine being a nuisance and then immediately asking for a favor. Like, brother, it's not gonna happen. Overdrivers or pod guns? Again, guys, like I said, if there's a question that you think should be answered, or if there's a video that you want me to make, go to Discord. You can check the announcements because it's the most recent announcement. But basically just go to like the video ideas forum thing. Read the rules before making a post, but yeah, just like give me video ideas. It's fine. I'm okay with as many video ideas as you want, even if they're really, really bad ones. Like I mean, I prefer that you don't give me bad ones. I prefer that you think about it and actually make sure that it's a video worth watching. Sorry. I'll invite him though. I don't think he joined earlier. So let me... If you're in the stream, my guy, just leave that and let me invite you. Because I don't want to join other people. I want to be the one inviting so that I can invite other people in the stream. There we go. Do you still grind for fun or to be top 500? I've never grinded for top 500. I've never cared. Do I grind for fun? Not really. Actually, my main account, I don't play it very often. Usually what happens is I only play like one account per day. So it's either I play my main account or I play... Wow, it's 5v2, bro. Either I play my main account or I play my free-to-play account. I don't usually play both in the same day. But then sometimes I'll just, like, not play Macarena at all. Hello. That was kind of a waste, but... So yeah, usually like throughout the week I'll play my free-to-play account maybe 3 times, my main account maybe 3 times, and then one day I'll just like not play at all. It used to just be my main account every day. So I did actually miss out on those those skin tokens, the tokens for the skin event. They made a new event with new tokens, and so I might try to go for that. But there was a different one. I kind of wanted to get those skin tokens so I could make a video on like whatever mechs I get. But I don't know. To be fair, though, I think those skins, personally, I think those skins are terrible. Like, I don't like them. They look really bad. But... why was I able to... maybe I just got out of EMP. Why was I able to... I was able to backtrack when I was EMP'd. It was weird. Make a new free-to-play Gear Hub guide? First off, you can suggest that in Discord. Second off, I actually am doing that already. But you could suggest similar type things in Discord. Don't tell me here. Again, I'm not gonna write these down. Don't tell me here. I'm not gonna take a screenshot or copy your thing. I'm not writing anything down, okay, bro? It's not gonna happen. But you can suggest on Discord. And if you're not in Discord, then you can join it. And if you don't want to join it, or if you can't join it, then you can ask somebody else to suggest it for you. But I'm not taking notes. No, I'm not taking notes unless I hear a particularly really good idea. Cause I've already have everybody's in here, bro. I think a thing that a lot of people don't really realize is that I already have a bunch of video ideas. At any given time, I'm probably actively working on like 3 or 4 different videos. And then some of them I just scrap because they're not very interesting. Hey. Bye-bye. But yeah, some of them take a really long time. Some of them I'll scrap if they're not very interesting. Some of them I just, like... I have them, but I kind of just, like, it's not super high priority, so I kind of keep it on the back burner. And then there's other ones that I would rather get out sooner rather than later, so I just kind of rush those a little bit. Yeah, it all depends, but I've got plenty of random video ideas. Should you get Redeemer or rank Guardian up to 20 energy? Don't rank up any... Don't rank up any mech. No mech whatsoever. Until you're in tier 7, you should not be ranking up anything. Graviton 10-second copy or Stormwreck 10-second copy? Well... Stormwreck is a better weapon, so... Guardian has a very unique ability, so... You know what else has a really unique ability? Juggernaut. Does the game care? No, it still sucks. Don't operate out of theory, okay? Don't ever say, okay, well, this thing, theoretically, Guardian could XYZ. No. Don't. Nobody uses Guardians, very good reason for that. Even at this stage of the game, I'm literally not even 3,000 squad power. My Guardian is already garbage. And there's an excellent reason for that. It's because Guardian's really not that good. Most people who get close to you, in order for you to crash them, you might reset their ability, but most of the time they're going to have close quarters weapons. And the top 2 close quarters weapons are Revoker and Ember Gun, which have like 0 reload time. So you're still gonna die. For free to play, it's good? No, it's not. Again, even at 3000 SP, this is my free to play account. The Guardian's terrible. I want to replace it. And I will replace it. It simply does not do anything against the close quarters weapons that exist. Guardian with Ember Gun is a menace. For like 2 weeks, when you first get Guardian, yes, it will be a menace for possibly a month maximum. After that, it's garbage. It's the same thing with Ares, guys. Just because it's good for a while doesn't mean it stays good. You know what the most OP mech is? The very first OP mech that you use? Paragon. Just because it's OP in tier 1 does not mean that you have to keep using it and keep upgrading it. You're wasting your freaking resources. But I know why people do it. It's because they can't help themselves. Every time they're capable, they'll upgrade it. And so they get all these bad weapons to... they get all these bad mechs to level 7. So all their stuff is level 7. Bro, stop spamming. Timeout. 30 minutes. Bye-bye. They'll spend all of their credits on upgrades just because they can, because it's the first thing that they can afford. It's the most common mistake that players make, is just to buy the first thing that they can afford. Which guarantees that they're never going to be able to afford anything expensive. Are oracles good? I haven't seen them enough to really know, actually. I haven't played competitively in a while. Or really against, like, in any super sweaty squad against other sweaty people. And yeah, unless I did that, everybody goes the same direction. I guess, to be fair, I'm one of those everybody's. Unless I did that with Oracle, I wouldn't really know. It seems promising, though. Like, it does. It seems pretty good. The damage is nice. I just don't know how practical it is. Or how useful it is. Hi. I almost died. Kill that guy. I was gonna say, I don't want to waste a Stormwrack 10 on freaking 18 HP, bruh. That's fine, just back up. Redeemer or Orion? Hey, go to Discord, suggest it as a video. That's just what I'm gonna tell people from now on. Just suggest it as a video. It's like... I want to try to make more videos that are related to just like answering people's questions or common questions that players have. Because I'll do it during a stream, but like the problem with doing it during a stream is... Okay, there's a lot of problems actually with doing it during a stream. The first one is, okay, I tell somebody... Someone asks a question, I tell them the answer. Half the time they're not paying attention, and they didn't actually hear the answer. And so they ask again, and I'm just gonna ignore them because they were ignoring me. So that's, yeah. But then even if they do pay attention, someone like 5 minutes later asks the exact same question. So really what happens is nobody's paying attention. I'm spending, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes explaining a question for one person. And only one person's ever going to get, like, is ever going to get the benefit from that. Because anyone else who has that question isn't paying attention during that time because it wasn't their immediate question. Or B, they weren't there during the stream, and they're not going to watch a freaking 3-hour-long stream replay. Most people won't. I wouldn't. So, you know, like, it's a really bad situation. I think answering things during streams is the worst way to do things. As, like, the primary source of answering questions. At least you have viewers? What do you mean? You count yourself lucky that you have so many avid viewers? Oh, I appreciate you guys. Again, like, I don't fault anyone for having questions. Like, it's not your fault that you don't know something, right? But the problem arises when there's a bunch of people and it's literally only one of me, right? I can't realistically answer everybody's questions during the stream. But what I can do is, oh, hey, let's go. What I can do is say, you know, suggest it as a video idea. If you have a question, suggest it as a video idea. People can then, like, upvote that video idea in Discord. I need someone else to go there. I have this weapon, and this guy's got a Helix Rack, so we probably should not go down there. Timo, can you do it, please? Thank you. But yeah, you know, like, if it's a question a lot of people want the answer to, for sure. And again, it's better for everybody if I do it in a video. Because then they don't have to ask me, even though I already answered somebody else. Oh, this guy, this poor guy. He has no idea what's going on. He should have gone down that ramp. Oh, excuse me. Ha! I stole that one. Now he's gonna go to this side. Bye-bye. Is the monthly loyalty program rework coming for everybody? Ow. It should. I don't know. It's a really interesting topic, actually. Because we don't know much about it. I know that it currently has Tengu, and it will compensate you with Acorns if you already have Tengu. They mentioned that they were going to rework it. And I already see... I'm seeing the reworked version on actually both of my accounts. I might be cooked here. Oh yeah, I'm dead. I see... So like on this account, my free-to-play one, and also my main account, there's a Tengu, and I have Tengu on both accounts, so it'll just compensate me with 1125 Acorns, which is the cost to buy Tengu from the Gear Hub. And so that's really nice, easy way to get Acorns. But then the question at that point is, okay, is it going to come back, right? Are they going to regularly add mechs, weapons, pilots? Because that is what they said. Mechs, weapons, pilots, and other stuff, potentially. Which means probably skins, realistically. Possibly implants, but more likely skins. I know, I'm sorry, I had to kill this guy. But that is what the update said. It said it was gonna, you know, update that to where it included mechs, weapons, pilots, and more, according to the exact wording. But then the question is like, okay, how often does that happen? Because if you're essentially getting like a free mech's worth of stuff every week, or not every week, every month, you basically get like a free 1,000 Acorns. That's pretty freaking dope, bro. But I don't want to assume that to be the case, because we have no idea. You're just setting yourself up for disappointment at that point. Please? Okay. Nice. You have literally nothing as the final reward? It should... Once it resets... It doesn't reset for everyone at the same time. Yeah. So once you get all the way through it, and once it resets, that should be... yeah, once you get through it and it resets, that should be when you see the Tengu. I think it's for everybody, because they didn't... It was like an update note, right? It very much implied that it should have been for everybody. Oh, I've hit my maximum number of friends. I would have accepted both of these guys. I might have to narrow down who I'm willing to accept. Ah, forget it. I'll just open it. Disc launcher radius is pretty garbage. Suppressor 10. That's useless. Most times it's nothing at the end. Yes, well that's what it's always been. So what used to happen was new players would get I'm clicking on the wrong thing. New players would get this thing. Some people would get a Tengu. There was other people who would get the Epic Assault Pilot Akantha. Some people who would get a brick house, like I think a rank 3 brick house. This Tengu reward is actually what this account started off with. So what happened was, and some people might remember this, I used a promo code to get Tengu to begin with, and then I used, and then it compensated me with Acorns, and I just got the Acorns from this final day reward for the account, and now it's showing up again. But usually, what would happen is it would show up for the first month, and then never again. The only thing that you'd ever get at the end would be a gold crate. Or no, I think it was an amateur crate as the final reward. That's my bad. I believe. So, yeah. So this is the first time I'm ever seeing anything in this login program outside of the very first like month of playing. And supposedly, like what it sounds like is that this is going to be a recurring thing that's going to include a lot of different stuff. But before anybody gets any ideas, no, I don't think they're gonna give you a free surge. They're not gonna give you like legendary weapons. They're most likely just gonna give you at best rare stuff, because it needs to be stuff that's, I keep clicking on the wrong thing, bro. It needs to be stuff that they could give to a new player and did not be absolutely ridiculous. That's why they gave Brick House. They were willing to do Brick House, because Brick House is terrible. RJ, you'd love to play with me? What's your... are you on my list? Did you invite me? If you're online, if you're on my list, I'll invite you. You entered the giveaway, so you'll hopefully get it. You're setting yourself up for disappointment, my guy. It's really difficult to win the giveaways, especially mine, actually. I think mine are some of the hardest to win because I get more comments than other creators do. I actually think, I genuinely actually do think that I get more entries than, like, Mayor does. And he's got 10 times my subs. Vipers or pod guns better on Aegis? I mean, you could go to Discord. Suggest a video for, like, what's the best weapon for Aegis at each stage of the game. WD-40? Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I already got rid of, before I started streaming, I already accepted some invites. I already got rid of anybody who's been offline for a week. I'm gonna get rid of anybody who's been off... Oh, this guy's on Plarium Play, my bad. I'm gonna get rid of anybody who's been offline for 5 days, let's say. I don't think this is the first time doing it either. I think I've done this before. If you've been offline for more than 5 days, then you're probably not coming back. At least no time soon. And again, anybody that I remove from my list, so long as you're within the power limit, I'm okay adding you back. It's fine. So you and you, you're a little bit too weak. What I decided after getting Stormwreck 10 was I'm going to accept people who are now from between 4,000 and 8,000 inventory power. Why don't you farm tournament on free-to-play account? Because tournament's super boring. And I usually only play for like an hour. Unless I'm streaming. I'll probably play some tournament today, but yeah. I just find it boring. King, hello. Got 113,000 XP already. Oh. I don't know how much most people have at this point. Hard to tell. No, he's a little bit strong. You are a new friend, so I will accept you. Free-for-all tournament is just whoever has the most revokers. Kind of boring, to be honest. I agree. but at least it's... I don't know. I personally prefer free-for-all over 5v5. Even on this account. Like, 5v5 is boring. Free-for-all is frustrating, but it's not as boring, I would say. Everyone steals my kills in free-for-all when I use podgun. Don't use podgun then. To be fair, podgun's not the best free-for-all weapon. It can do pretty good, but yeah. Bro's got a Nomad with cryo launcher. I don't know why it has cryo launcher as opposed to anything else. Could have Ember Gun. Oh well. Okay, thanks. Ah, he's got the embers on that. You see what I was saying though about people who spend on stuff. You know, it's not their fault, obviously. Like, they're free to spend their money on whatever they want, and it's not their fault that the game is just a certain way. The way that they learn how to play is based on the fact that they have stronger stuff. So like I was using Ember Gun Eclipse. Even though Eclipse doesn't help you up close, the only thing Eclipse does is it keeps you from, collecting any random status effect that might slow you down or stop you, or whatever. So it just makes Eclipse hard to stop. It doesn't make Eclipse strong. Eclipse is still a relatively weak mech in terms of HP. But because, you know, because he spent money for a pretty strong mech, right? Means that he can do that, right? His natural tendency is to go just like in someone's face brawler mode with a mech that arguably shouldn't be brawling. But it works because it's legendary, obviously. It does work. So that is it's a good thing to keep in mind, you know. Being aggressive will help you win in a lot of cases, but it can also make you lose. So it's a good thing to just kind of keep in the back of your mind, especially as a free-to-play player, as to like how you could potentially get the advantage over them. Because you're obviously you don't have an advantage. You don't have an advantage face to face, so obviously you need to find where you do have an advantage. And then those guys, the guys who spend money, they can do the opposite. They can figure out where they have an advantage and then try to keep you from being able to escape. So they use mechs and weapons that put them in a distinct advantage situation. Managed to get a 5 beacon map where we won influence 100 to 1. Haven't gotten the 100-0 win yet. I think I've gotten that one time. Maybe twice. It's not that hard with bots on the Mech Arena map, so long as you're playing in a team of 5. Or even a team of 3, actually. I think I've gotten 100 to 0 with just like 2 other teammates. So long as it's against bots on the Arena map, it's not that difficult. Especially if you have, like, you know, all the legendary scouts with cooldown implants and whatever. You should put Stormrack on Zephyr and Podgun on Redeemer. That's a noob move, actually. That'd be a very noob move. Just looking to have fun. You have a maxed out 18k hanger. You're in Lunix on your other account. I don't know what that's in response to. Is that in response to me pointing out the Eclipse build? I mean, don't take it personally, but it is what it is, you know? Like, you're capable of using the... Hey, let's go. It's another 5v5. You're capable of using Ember Gun Eclipse because it works, strictly because... no, maybe it wasn't you, but whoever it was. If that is what you're talking about. The Ember Eclipse works strictly because it is Eclipse at this level. Right? I'm not saying that it doesn't work. It does work. And that's the reason that you use it, is because it works. However, there are inherent downsides and there are inherent implications tied to the fact that you're using close quarters on Eclipse. And that is a thing that people are able to take advantage of if they know what they're doing. There are lots of things a lot of people can take advantage of. Ow. Well, that was a waste. Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, there's a lot of pod guns back there. I want to spawn this Zephyr in the middle. I really, really do, but I don't think it's a good idea. Is that an Aegis? Looks like an Aegis. Yeah. Oh, no, that was a bad idea. No, don't crash him. He had Revoker. You have 400 friends on your pay-to-win account, 100 on your free-to-play account? How do you manage so many friends? It's... I mean, they're not. Yeah, they're not, like, friends with me in real life, obviously. It's just people who, like, they invited me and I accepted it. Hi, what are you shooting at me? But yeah, no, I don't accept invites from most people at this point, because I do get a lot of them, and it's kind of a problem. But no, I kind of just have to not accept any invites. So if you invite me to a match, you're literally wasting your time. If you want, you can DM me first and ask if I want to join, and then if I'm able to, or if I'm willing to, then yeah, sure, like I'll say so. But just inviting me randomly, there's like very, very little chance that I'm gonna join, because I'm probably doing something else. Rank 6 Nomad at 3k SP, what else is new? Yeah. Classic. That's a lot of cryo launchers. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Okay, this guy. We win. Let's go. Good job. Us inviting you means that we would like you to invite us. That's... No. You're trying... I think you're just trying to... I think you're just trying to, like, make excuses. Like, bro, I don't think that that's even true. I don't think that that's true. And if that is true, that's wild. Look, you don't have to make excuses. You don't have to pretend. I'm okay. I don't mind that you're inviting me. I'm not gonna get mad at someone inviting me, ever. I'm just not gonna. I just can't really accept it because most of the time I'm doing something else. And if I'm streaming, then I would prefer to be the one who's. I would prefer to be the one who's inviting. So. In this stream, don't. Okay, look, bro. I don't care what your reason is. If you're inviting me, I'm most likely going to hit that block button and then decline. How many credits should I keep in reserve for event crates? I've never known an event crate to cost less than like 1,000,000 credits. So, unless you're willing to keep 1,000,000 credits on you at all times, feel free to spend it elsewhere. See, like in my case, yes, I could try to save like 1,000,000 credits. It would be really good to get a legendary pilot, but in my case, I actually think buying other like mechs and weapons with credits is more beneficial than getting a legendary pilot. So I'd rather, you know, I'm perfectly okay just spending all of them and then missing my opportunity for any of the credit-based event crates that come around. It's the same thing with like A-coins. It's like at this point in the game, that's not the most beneficial thing for me. It's not the best use of my credits in A-coins. I'll save up eventually, yeah, at some point. I'll get to a point where it's like I have most of the stuff that I want, and then I'll just keep a stockpile so that when something good comes up, I can get it. Secluda, I might ban you just for that. I'm kidding. You went up against a gatecrasher with particle beam. That's As far he was playing 5v5, it was like 5 to 18. I get that's kind of another thing though, is like, especially when you're fighting people who pay for really, really strong stuff, it's kind of impossible to beat them in a deathmatch mode, you know? You can't kill them, they can kill you. The entire point of that game mode is just to get the most kills and to die the least amount of times, which obviously pay-to-win people can do easily. So it's like, 5v5 is really boring in my mind. Free-for-all, at very least, you can decide, you can kind of make some tactical decision as to which enemies you go for, whether or not you focus down the player that's causing problems, or whether or not you just ignore them and go for other bots, or just take more opportunistic kills. There's a little bit more strategy behind that, I think. But that's why I like CPC the best, is because it has the most strategy. It's the most in-depth game mode, I think. And that's why I like 2v2 the least, because it is it has the least strategy and the least depth. It's literally just who has the better stuff, and there's literally only one guy. There's literally only one other guy that you even have to worry about, but otherwise you can pretty much just complete tunnel vision on one guy. Don't know how I have so much patience for it. I guess if I was making a tree bucks on it, I don't understand what that means. You're not exactly no, I'm not. As far as YouTubers go, I'm very small, bro. Very, very small. And no, I don't make much money. In fact, most, if, yeah, I can't say all, but most of my streams are not monetized, which means that I get zero revenue from them unless someone donates. Why do you hate Killshot? Because it's lame. Who's using Revoker on Mimicker? That's funny. Actually though, Revoker Mimicker is pretty solid. On my main account, I've used it, and I had a match against a guy who was using both Surge and Eclipse, and possibly Nomad too. I think, I don't remember. But I used a Revoker Mimicker, and I got like 12 kills with it or something like that. It pairs reasonably well. It's a bit situational, but it does pair reasonably well, actually. You ran into someone using Redux with Fragment Gun. That's a gamer build right there, bro. Anything with Redux is just funny. Always worth seeing. You're equipping Seeker because those campers are bad. Do whatever you want, bro. It's so difficult to win nowadays with the matchmaking literally facing above 11k player where mine's 7k. That's not it. I mean, like, okay, look. You see this guy? 19,000 inventory power. He's got a 4k hanger, but he's probably tanking. 9,000, 4,000, 8,000, about 4,000, about 4,000. That's 36. Over 4,000. Most of my enemies are like 4,000, some even approach like 5,000. And I don't even have 3,000 yet. So that's like more than 50%. In some cases, it's like a 50% SP difference. Don't look at the SP difference, bro. The moment you decide, oh, this guy's too strong, I can't win, and then you just mentally give up, that's when you lose. That's why I keep trying to give everybody these tips for, like, how to beat people who are... Specifically how to beat, like, pay-to-win people. Now, if someone's tanking, then you kind of can't do anything about that. That's just the game's problem. But... I don't even want to say 9 times out of 10. I'd say, like, probably like 95 times out of 100. When you fight somebody who's significantly stronger than you, it's because they spent money and they have significantly less experience. What you can do at that point is exploit the fact that they have very little game experience. And that's why I was talking about earlier. The best mechs to do that are mechs like Hemlock and Orion. Weapons like Pod Gun. Even Stormrack, just by using the radius. Don't try to brawl with them. You're not going to do it, okay? Don't jump the gun and try to go straight into these super late game everything with Revoker type builds. You know, you're not going to out-brawl them. If they're stronger than you, then your Revoker Eclipse versus their Revoker Eclipse, they're gonna win always, right? So don't even attempt it. Don't put Revoker on Eclipse in that case. You know, in most cases I say don't put, I mean, unless you're playing like free-for-all or 2v2. Don't put Revoker on Eclipse. Don't put close quarters weapons on Eclipse. Your goal should always be to deal damage and get kills without them dealing any damage back, right? It's not trading off. You're not trading off. It's not a trade. It's not a, I rush them and try to kill them while they try to defend themselves. Like, if they're significantly stronger, then they're just going to win. And that's, like, it's not going to end well for you. And at very best, you get a double KO, right? So what you want to do, and that's why I've been talking about this. I've been, you know, periodically just kind of mentioning these things about like how pay-to-win players typically fight. It's very like telegraph, very straightforward. They very rarely use guided weapons. Unless it's super early game, then like Javelin Rack and Helix Rack are super OP, so they'll use them for a while. But they prefer brawler type mechs and weapons that have little. They'll usually go for just high damage and little range. The reason that they go for that is because they have high damage on their weapons. Their weapons are higher level than yours, so even if you have the same weapons, then they're still gonna deal more damage. Their mechs are stronger than yours, so they're gonna have more HP. If they have mods, their mods are gonna be higher. If they have pilots, their pilots are gonna be better. They are capable of brawling with you, so they prefer a brawling environment because that's just what they're good at. So your goal as the weaker player, you know, your goal is to keep yourself from being in that brawler environment by using weapons like pod gun. Especially this build is way better than this build. Stormrack is a super OP weapon, and late game, yes, it's going to be much better than pod gun. But as of right now, where I'm facing a lot of people who don't have much experience, this pod gun build kills so many people, and it's so easy. You have Revoker not even using it? Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't make sense to use it, then don't use it, you know? Like, I'll get Revoker at some point, and I'll probably put it on Zephyr, because Zephyr's the only mech that I really have that could potentially use that to kill someone without taking damage in return. Because, like, my Zephyr's really weak, but the fact that it applies EMP is really good for Revoker, obviously. Most pay-to-win players I see just have big guns, either minigun or overdriver on big chunky mechs for Revoker slap on everything. Exactly. Usually straight fire sustained weapons. Because, I mean, if their weapon's really strong, right, then they want something that's able to fire for a stupidly long time, and they'll just sweep and clean up everybody, right? So you have to play smarter than that. You have to play smarter than that, and you can't brawl with them, which means you have to come up with alternative ways to defeat them. And the best way to do that is by exploiting things like radius, or just by using guided stuff, because they almost never use guided stuff. Pod guns are stupid. You sound like someone who's lost once or twice to pod gun. Pod gun is like grossly OP at this stage of the game. That's why you need to have an Aegis. And that's why putting pod gun on Redeemer is a really bad idea. Because if you want to survive, like, it's better to survive with this weapon than it is to just be a little bit faster and get a couple kills a little bit quicker. Like, yes, with Redeemer, I could get to a position where I can kill people a little bit faster, but I would die. I would die significantly faster. Whereas my Aegis won't die half the time, just at all. I'm actually gonna wait for this guy. Okay. Yo, guys. I'm actually okay with this. See, in this case, you see, we both have pod guns. I stay close to the box. He's far away from the box. That means that his pods stick to the wall, mine don't. Now he dies. And we're good. It doesn't matter that he's stronger than me. Don't use that as an excuse, guys. There is a point where it's like realistically you'll never be able to win if somebody's like that much stronger than you. But if I'm being honest, I have not seen anybody get into a match like that in a really, really long time. See, that match we lost by a lot. I think it was our fault. I think it was because my team wasn't grabbing beacons. I could have started with something faster and not the not the pod gun, because the pod guns play very passively, which means you're not going to get a lot of beacons with it. You'll be able to keep beacons with it and you'll be able to hold your ground, but unless you have the beacon advantage, holding your ground is not very useful. Aegis is so lame, it's just a knockoff Panther, such a stupid mech. I'm so glad I bought Cheetah instead. Bro, this guy. That's okay, you know what? You can have all the opinions you want, but like, don't be surprised when you lose a lot of matches because you're not getting the stuff that works. I mean, that's just the way that the game is. Like, there are some things that work a lot better than others. And if you're not getting those things, you're gonna lose more matches. But some people don't care if they win. Some people just want to have fun with stuff, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, he's close enough, probably. Our team did nothing this round, yeah. Well, that's the thing you gotta keep in mind. It's like, if the enemy's really strong, then they're able to be super aggressive on beacons and stuff. And you have to be able to counteract that somehow. Maybe you counteract that by just killing a lot of them from a distance, but if that doesn't work, then you gotta manage beacons somehow. Viper 8 Redeemer, what do you think? Sounds like a terrible idea. Why would you use Viper on Redeemer? You win 2v2, but you lose CPC? So what it sounds like is that you don't have a whole lot of... I would say that there's like one of two things that are happening. Either you have a hard time like dividing your attention in terms of beacons, because in 2v2 you can absolute tunnel vision on things. And I notice this a lot with people who regularly play 2v2. As soon as you try to play CPC with them, it's like you can literally be right beside, like stand right beside them and they will not notice you because they're absolute tunnel visioning on like one enemy. Which is perfectly acceptable to do in a 2v2 setting, but not so much in CPC. The other thing that could be happening is just that you're relying on 2v2 meta strategies and like mechs and weapons, which obviously will work in 2v2, but they don't play out the exact same in CPC. Now, of course, I play CPC mostly, and I don't play 2v2 very well, and there are reasons for that as well, right? Do you have 50% control over the match in 2v2? It sounds like excuses. People like to use that excuse. I hear it pretty often. It's because they blame their bots for everything. But more than likely, you just have a hanger that's like specifically set up for 2v2 meta, and you beat up on people who don't really have 2v2 meta stuff. It's like Hemlock, especially. I mean, you prefer 2v2, that's perfectly fine. Like, everybody's got their reasons. Like, if I were to give you the reason that I don't like 2v2, it's literally just an opinion. It's like, oh, I think 2v2 is lame, right? And then if I lose a 2v2 match and I'm gonna be like, ah, well, 2v2 is that's a dumb I'm just making excuses. That's dumb. Like, you know, no, I'm not very good at 2v2, but I don't care if I'm good at 2v2. Maybe you don't care if you're good at CPC, and that's perfectly fine too. But I think most people just aren't capable of taking criticism or accepting that they're not very good at something. Like, I don't play 2v2 at all, and I'm definitely not very good at it. I can't say I don't play it at all, because I do play it sometimes, but yeah, no, I'm not very good at it. What's 2v2 meta? I think you know what it is. If that's the main mode that you play, then you definitely know what it is. Oh, hey, let's go. 11 keys. Oh, pfft. Game wanted to die, bro. 2v2 for you is so unfair. It can be. I mean, every mode can be a bit unfair. I think free-to-play players have less... I think they have a bit more disadvantage in any deathmatch mode, not just 2v2, but 2v2 and 5v5. Just because the only goal is kills. And if the only goal is kills, then, you know, like, obviously pay-to-win people can do that a lot easier. And they kind of have a natural advantage for that. But that's not really an excuse. Like, I've played a bunch of... I mean, I made a video earlier, like, less than a week ago, I'd say, where it was this free-to-play account versus a bunch of people in 2v2. They had, like, parasites and all kinds of crazy, like, Surge and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's like, it's not really an excuse to just say, oh, it's unfair, so I'm not going to try, you know? You could still win if you really wanted to. For me, I don't care about the mode enough to want to get good at it. But I do know that some people are very good at it. And they would absolutely beat me. Even if I was using the exact same hanger. In 2v2, your mech just makes a much larger difference. In 2v2, my personal stance on 2v2 and the reason that I don't play it, it's just an opinion, obviously. My personal stance on 2v2 is that it's too much just 1v1. For the most part, it's just two people wailing on each other, and whatever mech or weapon has the natural counter is going to win. It's very similar to 1v1. Like, 2v2 is very similar to 1v1. And even somebody who used to, like, you were an avid 1v1 player, one of the best 1v1 players that I knew of, And even they agreed. It's like, it's literally just who has the better stuff. 1v1s are literally just determined by who has the who has the 1v1 meta, who has the better stuff. Until you get to the point where both people are on exactly the same plane, then it's purely skill, right? Which is why I do sometimes enjoy watching some like 1v1 and 2v2 stuff, so long as it's like the topmost meta. But like a lower down, or where anything isn't maxed out, then you know that somebody has an inherent advantage. And when literally 1 kill difference because one person had 1 extra mod layer than you, that could be the difference between winning and losing, and it quite often is, just because, like, it's not like they don't see you coming. Like, they know it's just one person tunnel visioning on another person, for the most part. Very isolated situations. It ends up being essentially just their mech and weapon versus the other mech and weapon. You can't choose to go grab a beacon. You can't really, there's really no other enemy options for you. If you have a natural counter, then you win. If you don't have a natural counter, then you lose. It's very black and white. CPC is just gambling. CPC is very different, yes. If you don't have stuff that can reliably counter everything and everyone in 2v2, or in CPC, like you would in 2v2, like if you have a 2v2 meta hanger, then you can obviously easily win that. If you have a CPC meta hanger, then a lot of things could happen. But that's part of the reason that I like it. And I think that's the reason a lot of people like it. I think most people's favorite game mode is CPC. I don't think I'm in the minority here. You beat pay-to-win players in 2v2 pretty often. I mean, good for you. Everybody does. Like, very often the only way that you're going to lose, or the only way that you're going to lose to someone in 2v2 is if they have better stuff. So long as you regularly play 2v2, if 2v2 is your main mode. So if they have better stuff, then most of the time you lose, so long as they also regularly play 2v2. If they really suck, like, the skill difference has to be large. If the skill difference is really large, then yes, you will also win. But I think the skill difference has to be a lot larger than it does in CPC. There's a helicopter above me. I don't know if you can hear that. But yeah, my personal opinion, obviously everybody's free to have their own opinion. My personal opinion is that it doesn't take a huge skill difference to win CPC, but it does take a huge skill difference to win against someone who's stronger anyway, to win 2v2. .2v2 is basically just a dumbed down version of 5v5. So obviously I think similarly of 5v5, but there's more stuff, there's more people. 2v2 is just kind of a dumbed down version of that. Now maybe you like the intricacies of 2v2, or the specific aspects of it. Maybe the things that I say I don't like are things that you do like, and that is perfectly fine. But I do think people who are like, well, you know, I can guarantee I'm more of my team if I play 2v. I think that's kind of cope. You wouldn't agree to that? That's fine. Unless you're talking to somebody else, I don't know. You get 7k people, but you're 5k. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, dude. Stop looking at the SP. It's cope. It literally is. Like, I'm not even 3 KSP and I'm fighting 4 and 5 KSP guys. That's like a 50% difference. 50% SP difference. I can still win, but I have to think about it in context. I think about what they have and try to play to my strengths and try to kind of gather what their weaknesses are and play to those. The moment someone sees, oh, my bot only got 1 kill, they automatically assume, well, it was the bot's fault that I lost, therefore there was nothing I could have done better, and thus they just don't learn anything. They never get better at that game mode because they're constantly blaming all of the bots that do worse than them. Fun fact, bots will always do worse than you. And you can't always blame it. You can't always blame the loss on the bots, because that's not the reason that you lose most of the time. Or I guess technically, I mean, you could say that it is technically the reason that you lost, but you could have still won if you played better. It's too easy for people to just be like, oh, you know, I lost because of a bot. Or, oh, I lost because this guy was pay to win. It's all cope. The only excuse that I will accept is if someone was tanking. Because in that case, they have experience as well as, like, stronger stuff. And that's just a game problem, right? If someone was legitimately tanking, sure. Like, that's a fair excuse, I'd say. Otherwise, like, bro, suck it up. Deadpool, hello. Oh, that's not bad. You can always blame your loss on the bots. It's just not always true. Okay, I mean, yeah, you can, but I don't think you should. And I mean, like I said, yes, technically, if their bots got more kills or more beacons, or... I mean, it's not untrue that you would have won if your bots did better. But that's not what you should be focusing on, you know? Like, replace those with player teammates. You could have won if your player teammates did better. Like that match that we just played against on the new map where we lost like 100-7 influence. That's wild, bro. I could have just been like, oh, my teammates sucked. It was a full 5v5 players, by the way. I could have just been like, oh, my players or my teammates sucked. I was on the top, so clearly none of the blame goes to me. I could have done that, but that'd be stupid. That's not how you get better at stuff. You have a friend who's playing Mech Arena and we can communicate very effectively in 2v2? Especially if you're playing with like one other friend, 2v2 can be fun. I'm not saying that you shouldn't enjoy 2v2. I'm just saying that there's specific things that I don't like about 2v2, and that's the reason that I don't play it. And the things that I don't like could be things that you do like. Like, I think it's a bit too tunnel vision, but maybe you prefer to like hyper focus on one person and analyze what they're doing more than I do. Maybe you prefer the ultimatum of, you know, either they kill me or I kill them, and whichever one happens determines whether or not I win or lose. Whereas I prefer having options where it's like if I'm losing on kills, I would prefer beacons. It depends on what you like, but at the end of the day, if you're blaming bots for CPC loss, then that's skill issue. Just like if you're blaming pay to win for 2v2 or also CPC loss, it's also skill issue. Why does RuFFles have artillery pilot on Guardian? Because I don't have a sniper pilot. This is the best pilot that I got, okay? There's no chance in winning CPC. If that's the case, then you're definitely playing it wrong. Bro, stop coping. Like, literally. I'm telling you. Like, if I was to lose CPC, if I was to queue up at not CPC, if I was to queue up 2v2 right now and I lost to somebody who had stronger stuff than me, it's skill issue. Because most of the time, basically all of the time, matchmaking will not put me against someone that I couldn't realistically win against so long as I was trying and actually, like, knew what I was doing. Yeah, matchmaking will put me against people who are stronger than me, but that's because they know that I have a lot more experience. Like, I have my other account. I have a lot more experience than they do. So I could realistically win against someone who's stronger. So I could complain as much as I want about it, but, like, it's cope, you know? If I were to say that the reason I don't like 2v2 is because other people have stronger stuff and it makes it impossible for me to win, that's cope. Because that's not the reason that, like, that's a dumb reason. There are things about 2v2 that you have to learn. There are things about CPC that you have to learn. And if you only play 2v2 and never play CPC, it shouldn't be surprising that you're gonna lose when you try playing CPC. Just like, it shouldn't be... It's not surprising to me when I try to play 2v2 and I lose against somebody who plays 2v2 a lot. I mean, on this account, most of my enemies aren't very experienced, so, like, me beating them isn't, like, a big deal. But if I were to play on my other account in 2v2, I'd probably lose. Because at that SP, basically everybody's got good experience. Like, nobody spends that amount of money in a matter of, like, 2 minutes or whatever. Ow. So yeah, in general, yeah, I'd lose 2v2, but it's not really surprising. Because I don't play it. I shouldn't really be expecting to win 2v2 if I never practice. Buddy. Wow, I'm surprised you lived through that, actually. Excuse me. Was that a juggernaut, bro? That's funny. I literally have my name as Skill Issue in my second account. I mean, if it's true. No. I just think, like, I think it's too easy to be good at one mode and then assume that means you're good at the whole game, and then anytime you play a different mode, then it's obviously the game's fault for you losing. It's not true. Like, each mode plays differently. Even the difference between 5v5 and 2v2, really. Like, I hate the lack of options. Like, what I like most about CPC is just the fact that there's more options. I can go for kills or I can go for beacons. In maps like this, it's a little bit difficult to go for beacons, but it's easier to make comebacks in this mode. And the thing that I like, the thing that's, like, really gets the blood pumping is the comebacks. Like, look at this. Look at this, brother. Look at this. We're about to come back from this. We're about to come back from this, bro. What in the world? No! We're so close. Bro, we're so close. We have to. There was a Nomad. I don't want to push the Nomad. Get it, boys. Get it, boys. Get it, boys. You couldn't do this. You couldn't do this in a deathmatch mode. Either you're winning on kills or you're losing on kills. It's like there's basically no way to have a comeback like this unless it's like a 2-kill comeback. I know someone's gonna say no, but I've had it happen before. It's like, yeah, everything happens once, but I'm talking about like regularly. Look at this, bro. Freaking gamers. That's what we are. But that's just what I like. You prefer CPC, but you find more success playing 2v2. Sounds like you need to practice CPC more. I don't know what SP you are, but... I mean, sometimes it really is just practice. A thing that I would personally recommend, okay, if you have the inventory to do it, because not everybody does. I think a lot of people don't. But if you have the means to change up your hanger and use stuff that is not strictly OP, I think that is the best and quickest way to get better at playing, is by using stuff that's not strictly OP, because then you learn the game, not just your mechs, not just the OP mechs, not just the weapons. You learn the game. You learn everything about what makes things good, and that helps you make better decisions while playing. I do genuinely believe that I am a better player because of all of the non-meta stuff that I use. If you can win using non-meta stuff consistently, then you can clearly win using meta stuff, and that just makes it easier. Obviously, learning meta mechs and weapons is important. I am not the best competitive player because I don't play the meta stuff very often, so I'm actually like, I'm very average when it comes to competitive. But in terms of just like learning the game, especially learning modes, you're using Cheetah. To be fair, I wasn't sure if you were joking about that or not. Cheetah is a very meme mech. That comeback was crazy, bro. Oh, I know, dude. But yeah, if you have the means, I would recommend removing every single crutch build that you have, right? Like on this account, on my free-to-play account, this is my crutch build. Like I literally couldn't win without it, I don't think. And then this is my second one. After these are dead, I literally have the Zephyr, and both of these are garbage. So, I mean, I don't have the means to because I have very little stuff. And that's why I was saying, you know, only if you have the means to. But yeah, no, I definitely have crutch builds on this account. But if you have the means to remove every single mech and weapon that you fully rely on to win matches, if there's anything that you at any point think, okay, I can't win unless I use this, get rid of it. And it doesn't matter what it is. If at any point you think I can't win if I don't have this in my hanger, or if I don't use this, get rid of it. That's maybe not the most enjoyable way to get better at the game, but I do think it is the quickest way to get better at the game. And CPC has it possible to capture all when your bots are of no use, meanwhile the opponent's bots are aggressive in capturing. Well, we just had that 5v5 player match. My team wasn't aggressive. They were all in the back. We had one beacon for the longest time. They got 90 influence before we even captured the center beacon. But it doesn't matter about aggressiveness if we change our mentality from I have to be aggressive and I have to get center beacon. Ignore the dogs, by the way. If we change our mentality from that and just go for the kills, then we can mech them out And at that point, it makes it easier for us to get into the middle. And then we can get into their home. And you saw that just then. That's obviously not like the perfect strategy. It's a very risky strategy. Obviously, it's easier to win if you have really aggressive teammates and you're replace teammates with bots. People really like to blame the bots, but it's like blame your teammates too. No, like don't be like that. It's easy to blame the bots just because they're bots, but if you were in a situation like I just was, where it's a full 5v5 player match, players will still do the same thing. Sometimes they're not capable of really being aggressive, or sometimes they just don't have good builds for it. Or you know, it's like things happen. You're not always going to get the most ideal teammates, and if that is the way that you rely on, if you rely on getting the most ideal teammates in order to win, then you didn't win. Your teammates won for you, and you got carried. Okay, that's the simple fact about it. Okay, you didn't win that. Then a Revoker Search steals our home pickets. Yeah, wow. The meta's not particularly fun to deal with in any mode, but again, you know, if you want to get better at a mode, you got to stop blaming things. You got to stop blaming things that are out of your control. You know, think about what you could have done better, as opposed to focusing on what other people could have done better that you can't change what they do. Like, it's just a way to cope. But if you don't really care about getting better at that mode, then like, yeah, whatever. Go ahead. Getting over being sick. Aw, that's unfortunate. Yeah, get better soon, Skip. Teammate Knight, hello. Because I don't have the capability to guard 3 beacons at once, then change your strategy, bro. Don't play like you're able to. Like, if you can't guard 3 beacons at once, then don't put yourself in a position and don't play like you're... Don't play like that's the thing that you have to do. If they're grabbing your home beacon, then go grab theirs. You know? Like, yeah, you'll still lose some matches, but that's not the point, right? You'll lose matches in any mode. There's no one simple trick to guarantee that you win every single match every single time. Like, it's a thing that everybody looks for, but they're not gonna get it. Clearly, you know, if you're good at 2v2, then use that to your advantage. "2v2 is usually like, you know, you're particularly good at like dealing damage and getting kills without taking damage back. You could use that to your advantage, but don't fully rely on it. You gotta understand that it's a different CPC, is a different game mode. If you want to learn to play that well, then don't expect to be able to play it exactly like 2v2, because that's not the way that it works." Been playing a lot of Halo lately. Help me realize how much of a skillless game Mech Arena is. Yeah, no, Mech Arena is very simple. Not everybody wants like super hardcore Call of Duty sweats though. Like, I think the main thing that keeps me playing this game is just the fact that it's a lot more chill. And I do prefer people to have some level of chill. It's a game that I can play while just like, you know, reading chat, talking to people, having fun, doing my own thing. Yeah, there are other games that are like fully skill-based, super sweaty, and that's just like... I'm not a sweaty player. You know, I'm not. I never claimed to be good at the game. I'm a very average player. In fact, what is it? War Frontiers, which is the other game that I play. That one requires a lot more skill, and I'm not very good at it. Had a match today where players rushed one MF my home beacons, or one of, oh, okay, that I couldn't stop with using his AI pushing, so stole his home beacon, then put from the opposite side. Exactly. See, that's what I like about CPC, is just the fact that you got options, where it's like if somebody's overpowering you in terms of like kills, then you can just go for beacons. If someone's got beacon advantage, you can go for kills. I like to have those kind of like options to me. Recently got interested in playing Mech Arena. I quit last year and played for barely 4 months or so. Worth continuing. That is up to you. I will be honest, not much has really changed since last year. Like, yeah, there really hasn't been any major improvements, and nothing's gotten worse, really, so. I mean, there's a potential improvement here, where it's like people are getting this thing in the daily login program that's gonna compensate you with A-coins if you already have it. But I don't know how regulated that's going to be. Sounds promising, but yeah, I mean, it is Mech Arena. They don't give out a lot of stuff for free. RuFFles, Frontiers, and Skill? No, don't worry about it. Those three will never meet. Promise. Escape is not uploading. No, it's not. He already said he's not. He plays the game sometimes, he just doesn't have time for videos. You quit because the A-coin grind and how less they support free-to-play? Was wondering if they changed much? No, not really. I mean, like I said, it's like the daily login thing, but no, I wouldn't expect... I don't expect them to make it significantly easier for people to get A-coins anytime soon. Because we've had this problem for a very long time. I mean, to some degree, free-to-play players do waste their resources on a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, most people, if they have a Zephyr in their hangar, it's almost always going to be level 7. Because they wasted a bunch of credits upgrading it for no reason. Same thing for, like, Guardian. The number of people who are like, should I rank up Guardian to rank 4? Like, why would you do that? Well, because I have enough to afford it. So basically their mentality is just buy and upgrade the first thing that you can afford. Which is it's a very good way to ensure that you'll never be able to save enough for expensive stuff. So you can progress a lot faster if you avoid those, like, really common free-to-play errors, but yeah, even with that said, I don't think that there's not enough, like, resource rewards. Still. Like, not nearly enough. Everything costs a lot. Tier 6 is stacked with good weapon options. Starmac 10, Revoker 10, Pod 10. All credits. Is that true? I thought Pod 10 was... A-coins. Revoker 10. Oh yeah, Podgun 10 is credits. Hold on, I looked at Podgun 10 a according to the Mech Arena Master Database, is A coins. And I think that's because of the... What's it called? Onslaught. I think it's because it was available from the Onslaught for that amount. That's interesting. Good to know. So hyped for Redux, bro. My man about to buy Redux. You nearly ranked up your Guardian? Yeah. It's a common mistake. Because what a lot of players don't know is just how quickly some of these things become irrelevant, right? So it's like they think, well, it's good for now, so obviously they just assume that it's going to stay good. Maybe just, maybe even if it starts to lose value, they assume, well, I can just upgrade it, and it will remain to be good, so long as it's on par rank with all these other stuff, then it'll remain as good as it always was, but that's not the case. That's not the case. No rare thing, no rare mech or weapon should be upgraded at all. You're going to replace all of them. Epic things mostly... I don't know why I pressed on that. That's a rare thing. Epic things mostly same story. Don't upgrade them, don't rank them up. Almost all of them will be replaced because they lose value. Onslaught Scorpius last level is freaking impossible. I do remember struggling with that, yeah. It used to be Aquence, they changed it. Yeah, it sounds kind of familiar, but it's just interesting because I've always referenced the master database for... Oh, let's go, bro. I've always referenced the master database for, like, weapon cost. And that is, as far as I'm aware, that's the only one that's actually inaccurate. You can take Panther to endgame. Oh, I know. Same with Orion. Same with Aegis. But you're not going to do that with Sentinel. You're not going to do that with Zephyr. People make the same mistake with those. They upgrade them. Like pop quiz. Do you have Zephyr in your hangar right now? If so, what level is it? I can guarantee it's above level 4. I won't replace my Cheetah for sure, bro. Cheetah's a gamer mech. Absolute gamer mech. I really wish that it was good, but it's not. I haven't played in a while, but it's still on my phone because I keep telling myself I'll get back on one day. You'll fix the what after the match? Sorry, I don't know what that means. Yours is level 4? Okay, well, I mean, still. You get my point, though. Almost everybody who has used Zephyr for any length of time has theirs at level 7, because they just upgrade it as soon as they can. But you shouldn't upgrade anything, really. Like, don't upgrade the level unless you're going to upgrade the rank, and don't upgrade the rank unless you're going to keep it for a very long time. Most mechs you don't keep for a very long time. But even if you are going to, let's say in my case, I will probably keep Aegis for a long time on this account. I probably will. Even still, I believe my Aegis is level 3, maybe level 4? So why don't I upgrade it? Well, because my credits and Aquence could be used better elsewhere. Like, why would I Why would I spend a bunch of credits in A coins for 2 extra energy when I rank up Aegis? I get 2 extra energy on that mech. Why would I spend all of that for 2 extra energy? And a little bit of extra HP. When I could just buy better, when I could just buy really strong mechs and weapons that can replace my really weak ones, you know? Until I have a full hanger that I'm perfectly satisfied with, there's just no reason to rank anything up. And I think the only reason I upgraded anything was... I don't know why I thought that was a Zephyr. That's the reason that I dropped my thing. That's dumb. Might die here. Thankfully it was the last spot. Learning from the main account and rectifying mistakes in the second account? Yeah. This... Like, low-level accounts are a lot... They're a lot more enjoyable to play if you kind of know what you're doing and know how to progress really fast. But the thing is like, you know, for most people, like, if you're a new player, if you're an actual new player, you don't know anything about the game. Which is why, like, you know, I still think, regardless of how much you can optimize, regardless of how many mistakes, like, new players make, new players should be expected to make mistakes, right? They should be expected to make those mistakes, because they're new players, obviously. So they need to make A coins a lot easier. Especially A coins a lot easier to get. They need to remove this stupid combat point limit. I think it serves no purpose. They need to make regular events that you can get. Every week you should be able to get, I would say, at least 500 total A coins per week for free without having to compete with other people. The fact that you only, like, tournament is the best way to get weekly rewards, but the fact that you can only get said rewards so long as somebody else doesn't grind as much as you, the fact that you could spend 10 hours grinding for 1200 A coins and then someone else could take it away from you because they grinded for 30 minutes longer. The fact that that's even possible is a crime, bro. I hate the competitive... I was gonna say I hate the competitive aspect of tournament, but I suppose it is tournament, so like you should kind of expect it to be competitive aspect. But I hate the fact that the main way to get A coins is from a competitive thing that most people won't win. And obviously they do that to try to encourage people to spend more money, but. So, you know, are they going to change it anytime soon? Probably not, because obviously there's a reason for them to do that. Six-star kill shots with javelin, 6-star. Yeah. Those are the people who are just like, as soon as they find something that's OP, they're like, oh, okay. Clearly this is just the best thing in the game. I should just max it out. And so they do. Some people do. But they ignore the fact that, you know, things lose value. Your mech and weapon tier list is still viable? Free-to-play one, the most recent one, yes, I think so. I think the last, like, overall mech tier list, I don't think is super accurate. Like, I would change some placements. The gist of it is the same, though. Like, the gist of it is the same. There are some weapons that are just really bad and you shouldn't use. There are some things that are pretty good but not the best. And there are some things that are obviously top meta. And those things don't really change. They should give A coins for maxing mechs, so at least it's worth getting mechs in the first place. A lot of people agree that they should just reduce the cost of upgrading the low tier stuff. Like, if it's gonna be worse anyway, they may like just make it cheaper. I can see that. I can see that. Oh, gross! It's a kill shot. But yeah. In terms of like rewarding people for maxing something out, I don't know. I feel like the reward is just having a max thing. I do think that they just need to fix the blueprint thing, really. You should be able to convert blueprints into other blueprints, or be able to sell your blueprints. Or they should just stop giving you blueprints for stuff that you already have maxed. One of the three. Like, even if it doesn't give that much, it is a benefit of having, you know, the benefit of having a maxed out item is that now you get to, you know, use those blueprints for other things. Or at least those blueprints are now not in the pool, and you can then, you know, have a higher chance of getting other blueprints, you know? Like, that is also a benefit of having a maxed out item. Or at least it would be if they didn't just continually give you blueprints for the thing that you already have maxed out. Magma, hello. How are you? Oof. He's kind of close. Where'd he go? Ah, he's right there. Makes sense. Hey there, pal. Did he? Oh, okay, okay. He teleported to 211. He tried to escape by teleporting. Yeah. I don't like that either. Sentinel? Sentinel? He fell down? Oh no, it's an Ares, bro. I thought that was a Sentinel. What? Like, I was very certain that was a Sentinel. That's strange. Must be going crazy. Oh. Thanks. Bro got obliterated. One dead. Two dead. Very nice. Bye-bye. You guys got it, right? There's two of them in there. If anyone responds here, I got him. Or at least I should. It's just that guy. Very good job. Did you see that tiny little thumbs up? Little baby thumbs up. Rest in peace. Ringer Rage Crowd. Thank you. They should encourage a kind of clan event to get some extra rewards, because right now it just exists. See, a thing that I thought of that like they could do with what I wish that they would do, what they could do, is repurpose tournament into like an actual tournament. So here's what I think. I think that the tournament mode should just be 5v5 or maybe CPC. They should make free-for-all just a regular mode. But the tournament mode should just be 5v5 or CPC. It should be... It should more or less be a clan war thing, where you literally have to play in a squad of 5 in order to even queue up into the match. You cannot have bots. You have to have a full squad of 5 people in order to even queue up into that match. But then I also think it should, you know, it could give decent rewards, but then also just like the vanity of it. Because people grind for the top 500 so that they get that little number next to their name. I think that the tournament should be that instead, where they get a thing next to their nameplate that basically is just like, you know, oh, I was on top, you know, best of the best in the tournament for this period. They could increase instead of just a week, they could increase it to like a month. I do like the ticket system that they did, where it's like everybody has a specific number of matches that they can play during any given tournament day. And, you know, and then that's just it. Like, you can't just have somebody else that gets more points because they were grinding for longer. Some way to replace this garbage mode with a mode that's like a legitimate tournament. I think it would make competitive players really happy. It would be a way to reward like clan battles. It would be a way to play without bots too. Just a way to like, you know, ensure that like no bots are going to be there. I think it would be cool, and I do actually think a lot of people would join it. I do think a lot of people would join it. But yeah, I mean, will they do that? Probably not. The tickets straight up don't matter right now. I mean, in some cases, if someone's tanking, then yeah, they're just going to get more points than you in general. But, no, I mean, like, in this case, it's just like, yeah, it's like, it's just whoever has more time. They can always buy more tickets. Tickets don't cost that much, so it's not like I have a problem with them, with how much they cost. What I have a problem with is the fact that it's almost purely based on who has more time on their hands, which is kind of dumb. I will never outgrind my tickets. Yeah, that's fair. Bro, on my main account, I have over 1,000 tickets. I'm not gonna use them. I don't like tournament mode. Did I invite you last time? I don't remember. You have 100 tickets? Yeah. I have 87 just on this account. Like, I'll never use 87. Who got picked? I'm sorry. I'm trying to invite everybody relatively equally, but I kind of forget who I invited sometimes. All bots. Very unfortunate. You got 15 kills with Shadow Revoker? Yeah. Doing it once and doing it consistently is very different. That's why you'll always hear everybody ever has beaten somebody who is significantly stronger than them. Everybody. Can they do it consistently? In most cases, no. Have they done it before? Yeah, they've done it before. But there's a very big difference between doing it one time and doing it all the time. The double pod guns. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, okay. I was pretty sure I was able to kill him. Ah! One pod off. Dang. It's frustrating. Whoopsie, whoopsie. Try to get this guy back here. Take cover, fellas. I mean, in general, I don't think I really need a lot of healing, but... Very nice. Oop. I would have liked to have gotten that other guy, but it's okay. Oh, thanks. Who has that? Nice. Let's go this way. Random bot with fuse mortar, but... Oh. Well, hello. Surprised you didn't crash me earlier. I guess it's because I was reloading and I didn't need to be crashed. Do bots know that? I always thought that they'd just crash you immediately if they could. I mean, clearly they do know it. MDs only. They're just messing with you, bro. Good name for a clan 1 pod short. That's funny. I don't understand how you have the audacity to say Killshot is lame even though you use Aegis. 'Cause Killshot's no skill. I'll continue saying it because it triggers people like you. You just can't take it, bro. Look, just let somebody have an opinion, bro. Like, real talk, I actually don't care. Killshot is, like, Killshot's whatever. I don't particularly dislike Killshot anymore. I hated it a long time ago because it was super, super meta. But the fact that nobody is capable of accepting the fact that I dislike this one thing that's super popular is the reason that I keep saying it. And it's funny every time. Rage bait, real. Honestly, bro. It's crazy how much it works, too. Like, I have never in my life ever seen any mech where I said, I don't like this mech, and anybody freaked out to the degree that they do with Killshot. Because I've said the same thing about Redeemer, even Tengu, actually, at one point. I didn't really like Tengu. Redeemer, even Tengu, even Panther, all extremely popular mechs. Nobody cared that much. Nobody cared that much, except for Killshot. The Killshot one is the one that it breaks people. I don't know what it is. Like, come on, guys. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. I still use it on this account on RuFFles stream just to see him complain about it. That's funny. Yeah, you'll know. You know I'll mention it. You know I'll mention it. Well, Killshot has his cool skins. It does have some pretty cool skins. I mean, I do genuinely think that Killshot's one of like the most basic and like nothing mechs that exists. Like, there's literally it's so. There's nothing to it. Like, you could play Killshot for literally, you could buy it for the very first time and then play it for 30 minutes, and then you'd be basically you basically would already know everything that you'll ever know about Killshot. Like there's nothing to it. There's no nuance. There's no skill. It's not good. Like it's not an OP thing anymore. But like I do think it is very basic. There are a lot of mechs that are like that though. I think Onyx is one of them. Onyx is very basic as well, and I don't use Onyx very often. Oopsie. But that's just kind of beside the point. It's like it's not really the reason that I hate on it. I just hate on it because it's fun. Wait till Eclipse becomes non-essential. Eclipse is already non-essential for me. What I hate most is when there's one mech. In fact, bro, I was crashing out the other day. Like, by the other day, I mean like maybe a couple weeks ago. Yeah, probably like a couple weeks ago-ish. The fact that on my main account anyway, all of the bots were using Solus and Hemlock and Bastion. I literally could not exist in the match without using Eclipse. It was the most annoying thing ever. I've always hated when like the game makes one thing like literally necessary. Like you're not going to basically even be able to play the game unless you're using this one thing. I think that's stupid. And and as soon as I see something that's like that, I will just remove it. I'll just stop using it. Because screw that. I'm going to use what I want instead of succumbing to some stupid meta crap. I might lose a couple matches, but whatever. It's the principle of the thing. It's the principle of the matter. Brickhouse is OP, bro. Fusion Cannon Brickhouse, you should have seen it the other day. Until RuFFles invites me again, I will go play Clash of Clans. Okay. Brickhouse is the best support for 5k, especially if you're free to play. Nah, it's Orion's the best support mech. Orion's one of the best free-to-play mechs in general. It is a very anti-pay-to-win mech. It has an ability that's really, really, really frustrating to deal with, and unless people have some level of experience, they're not going to be able to deal with it very well. The thing with pay-to-win players is that they have really strong stuff, but they don't have a lot of experience. That's why they're, you know, pay-to-win. I've spent money on my main account, but I'm not pay-to-win because, like, obviously I have experience to back it up as well. So, yeah, if you're fighting specifically people who are like really, really strong, but they don't have a lot of experience, which is usually the case. If you're fighting someone that's way stronger than you, almost always they have way less battles than you. And their win rate's usually not very good either. So, yeah, and Orion just has one of those abilities that is very difficult for inexperienced players to deal with. People call pay-to-win meta slaves, but really the ones who can't run the meta are the slaves. And I know many people who have 3 Revoker builds and still suck. Yeah. I don't call pay-to-win people meta slaves. Those aren't the same thing. I would say meta slaves are the people who literally can't win unless they're just using the absolute topmost stuff, which very few people. There's very few people who are like that. But some people are like that because they just literally don't use anything except the topmost stuff. Oh, speaking of Onyx, hello. You gotta go after this one? Okay. Well, yeah, pay to win in my mind is just anyone who lacks the experience to play the game, but they, you know, but they win anyway because they have really strong stuff. I don't know how loud that was for you, but that was very loud for me. Was that a parasite, brother? So yeah, I mean, there's very big difference between paying players and pay-to-win players. Like, just because you pay doesn't mean that you're pay-to-win. Pay-to-win strictly... Pay-to-win is, like, strictly, like, using money to replace skill. If you have both, then you have both. Everybody's over there, aren't they? Oh no, they're all over here. My bad. Well, that didn't work out so well, did it? Ow. Just came across a guy with 4K hanger and only 300 battles. You should see the dude that's top in my bracket for that that 10,000 A-Coins playoff. My man has less than 1,000 battles, and he has, like, what, 20k inventory power or something like that? No, 30k inventory power, I think. I'll check after this, like, legit. What's the definition of... What's the definition of pay to win? You're gonna try Cryo, seriously? Okay, go ahead. Cryo's pretty decent. Alright, let's take a look at this guy, hold on. Who's this one, right? No, this one. This guy. Not even 700 battles. 35,000 inventory power. My man purchased everything. Everything. He's trying to compete with these guys. This is a very pay-to-win event, though. Like, you're not gonna win unless you spend money. That event. But yeah, I don't think spending means that you don't have skill. However, when it comes to matchmaking will usually put you up against if the matchmaking puts you up against somebody who is stronger, that almost always means that they have less skill than you. Like, almost always. Using money to replace skill, yes, exactly. Because, I mean, it's like the definition of, like, pay to win, right? It's like, it's not like you can't, it's not like you wouldn't win if you didn't pay, but it's like, you know, those specific people wouldn't have won if they didn't pay. That's why some people try to coin the phrase free to win, but that doesn't make any sense, bro. Free to win hinges on the assumption that pay to win is just anyone who spends money, and free to win is just anyone who doesn't spend money. That's stupid. Like, both people, free to play players and pay to win players, they're both gonna win some matches, they're both gonna lose some matches. It's not about that, it's about the skill level. It's about whether or not you can be a really bad player and still be free to play, but you gotta go, alright, 211. Thank you for stopping by. How much is that? $2,000-$3,000, brother? I don't know. Good on him for having that much to spare, I suppose. I mean, I'm not gonna judge anybody for spending money on what they want to spend money on, but that is crazy. I think that's the highest inventory power. I think that's the highest inventory power to battles played ratio that I've ever seen. Would you suggest fun weapons neglecting meta stuff? Like I said, cryo launcher. Quantum gun is funny. It's one of the funniest weapons that I know of. Is it fun? I don't know. Blast RPG is kind of frustrating. Disruptor's fun. I like Disruptors. Disruptor's nice. Viper's eh. Howler's kind of fun. Tetra's very fun. Although that might be kind of meta depending on your SP. Savant's kind of fun. Strike Rocket and Podgun I also think are pretty fun. At this SP, Podgun's very meta, but like on my main account, Podgun's not meta, but I still like to use it. Yeah. Cryo Launcher, let's look at like the epic ones now. Quantum Gun. Ember and Arc Torrent can be entertaining. Fusion Cannon, bro. All I think about is the Fusion Cannon Chungus, where I got top MVP with the freaking... It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Yeah. That's kind of it. There's not a whole lot of fun weapons, to be honest. I don't want to say that. There's not a whole lot of weapons that I would consider to be fun weapons on, like, basically any mech. There are some fun builds that use weapons that I like. Like, there's some Revoker builds that are very, very fun to play. But, you know, Revoker itself is a meta weapon, of course, but that doesn't mean it's good on everything. So there's some things that I would put it on that I would just use for entertainment. The Derby event system is kind of stupid. The person who needs 10,000 A coins the least wins the top prize. I mean, it's a pay-to-win event, obviously. It's the event exists to encourage people to spend money. I mean, I think we all know that. Podgun at your SP is not meta. No, at this SP it is. At this SP it is, but on my main account it's not. You see meta players using Podgun all the time, even at 18k SP? I think Podgun's mostly replaced by Strike Rocket at this point. Would you not say that? I would say that mostly Podgun was replaced by Strike Rocket for late game. Podgun's still good, but it's like only really good on like strictly support mechs in terms of like meta. You'll see some Podgun Deathwalkers. Do not be confused. Podgun Deathwalker is not good. I don't know how this started, but somebody at some point it got started somewhere that people were saying Podgun Deathwalker is a good build. It's not, dude. I don't think I've ever died to it a single time. I've played competitively against so many players using Podgun Deathwalker, and it's terrible every time. It might be okay against bots, but that's not really what you should be building your hanger for. How am I friends with you? That's crazy. MD is OP, oh yeah. Strike Rocket is map restricted. Podgun could be used everywhere. In CPC, yes, Strike Rocket OP. I guess that is true. I'm mostly speaking by experience in CPC, not really any other mode. You're probably right, especially in like 5v5 where like the maps can be so different. Like you could be in a completely outdoor map or you could be in a completely indoor map. And it's just very, very different depending on. So that's true. That's true. I haven't played competitive in like 5v5 mode in a long time. So I don't know what they use. I'll take your word for it that they use Podgun, though. It kind of makes sense. Podgun is a meta weapon that I actually think is fun, though. Kind of like Arc Torrent. Like, I thought the Arc Torrent meta was actually kind of fun, even though Arc Torrent was really, really strong. I thought it was pretty cool. Like, there were some pretty obvious pros and cons to the weapon, you know? The weapon had some pretty obvious downsides, and it wasn't just the range. It was the fact that it had a certain mag size, and then after that, like, after that sustained mag runs out, you kind of have no damage output after that. That's why Revoker is a bad close quarters meta, in my opinion, because the only downside that it has is range, and there are many, many mechs that are capable of completely removing that downside, which is what makes them meta. But yeah, I don't mind close quarters metas in general. I actually think it's probably the best. Close quarters meta is the best type of meta, because getting close requires the most amount of like it is inherently the most risky. Getting close. Oh my goodness. I was gonna say I might actually die to that Arachnos turret. Freaking imagine, bro. The shame I would feel. The Disculture Stalker, I love that, bro. Guys, they're grabbing that. Podgun is for people that can't aim. It is funny. It's kind of true. It definitely doesn't require much aiming skill, but nothing does, really. Like, I'll be honest, even snipers, the hitbox on mechs is very generous. I would say the game is very generous in terms of like hitboxes and stuff like that. So even snipers weren't that hard to aim. They're surely harder than any other weapon, but like, you know, you're not gonna. It's not like Call of Duty level pro sniping thing. Like, come on, ain't that deep. That's why I think most meta players use Pod instead of Strike Rocket. Is because of 5v5. Now, if they're playing 5v5 mode, then sure. If they're playing CPC, though, I mostly see Strike Rocket, I'm not gonna lie, in CPC. Or at least the last time I played competitively, I mostly saw Strike Rocket. I think most meta players are willing to get both. Like, if they want to be the most competitive possible, I think they're willing to get both, so they can use Strike Rocket for CPC, maybe Podgun for 5v5. When Cryo Launcher is the weakest link, you know it's a goated weapon category. That is true. I'm actually, like, I want them to release another barrage weapon, but I'm actually kind of afraid that they'll make it garbage. And that would, like, taint the... It would taint the reputation of barrage weapons. Every time you get far from the mic, you get crazy reverb. Oh, there's just, like, there's a lawnmower outside, so, like... you don't usually... I don't know, I have no idea how much people can hear that, but... If it is just when I'm getting far from the mic, then I'll just try to keep it closer. It's okay. Thank you for letting me know. There's also no free-to-play Strike Rocket. I mean, so what? 18K players, I can guarantee you, are not free-to-play. sustained meta would be the best possible meta. I mean, Arc Torrent was a sustained close quarters weapon. I agree. Burst weapons have an inherent benefit, so they shouldn't be the topmost meta, because, like, burst weapons are just better in general anyway. I hate Aegis because it's stupidly annoying. I like the idea of it blocking everything like it was before the rebalance. I preferred it too. I think before it was legitimately the most skill-based mech. Like, actually, I do think that. But I don't mind how it is now. I think it's fine. It's basically a worse Panther. It has some benefits. Some pros, some cons. I like the fact that it's able to counter Surge relatively... relatively reliably. Anything that... that was a bad decision. Anything that's able to kill top meta stuff, I'm probably going to like. It doesn't bother you, you just let me know? Well, I appreciate you letting me know anyway. Yeah, no, see what happens is, I mean, I have this stream open in a separate tab, but I have it muted for obvious reasons, because I don't want to, like, hear myself back. That would be weird. It's hard to think when that happens. So, I can't always tell what the audio is like. Revoker Orion, brother. That bot was out for a vengeance, bro. What about you? I'm sorry. Are you a package deal with Timo? Like, if I invite him, do I have to invite you? I'm just inviting people. This is their spawn, so I probably should be careful. You more meant sustained in mid range in terms of the meta? No, I think the meta should be close range. I think most people actually do prefer close range meta. I think people get a rush from being like all up in people's faces. Most people like that playstyle. And I do agree that it is inherently the most risky because it puts you in range of pretty much every weapon and it puts you in range of pretty much every ability. Whereas, you know, if you're further back, then you're not in range of most abilities. So, yes, I think close quarters meta is fine, but the no reload close quarters meta is a little bit ridiculous just because of the way that dash mechs work. Like, even Seeker's not as bad as dash mechs. Like, but in general, there's just too many mechs that are able to, like, the close quarters weapon in question should have some downside other than just the fact that it has bad maximum range. That shouldn't be the only downside that it has, because there's too many mechs that are able to completely remove that. Stalker Viper is better. Don't No, don't recommend Stalker Viper, bro. Why are they releasing EMP mechs with good stats? Gotta compete with Surge somehow, I guess. If you look at competitive clans, other hangers are the same. 3 Revoker and 2 Storm. Should I do this too? If you want to be competitive, yeah. That's how you have the best chances. Myself, personally, I actually prefer only 1, maybe 2 Revoker builds. And then maybe 2 Stormwreck builds. And then either, if we're playing CPC, and then probably 1 minigun and 1 strike rocket or pod gun or some type of like kind of support-ish build. I like playing the support build though, it's not for everybody. Watch my Stalker Viper get MVP 3 times in a row. Oh, it's rank 4. Okay, I mean, sure, but like... recommending somebody use a mech, but only under the condition that they rank up that mech. Like, it's a bad mech. You lost to EM rifles. They were 1 rank lower. For both the weapon and the mech. Don't use sustain weapons on Stalker, guys. It might work for a little while, but it's not going to work long term. It's not a good investment. In the next 3 games, no thanks. I'm not going to invite you, and I'm not going to take you up on that. And the reason is because I want to avoid any confusion. People might be inclined to believe that the wise decision, if you were to do that, people would be inclined to believe that the wise decision, instead of getting 1 thing, would be to rank up their Stalker and buy Viper for it, which is a stupid choice. So, baiting RuFFles to invite him. Maybe a little bit. If you have a reliable teammate to protect you, sustain weapon Stalker is actually viable. Sure, but most people don't. You should always, like I always assume that people are playing solo because almost everybody without exception is. Like, I can't think of anybody who primarily plays with 1 or 2 teammates who actually needs advice from me. Like, there are some people like that for sure, but they don't need advice from me. They know what they're doing. You know? If long-range weapons are the main meta, then close-range weapons become near unusable as they're countered by long-range weapons. If close-range weapons are the meta, then long-range weapons suck. Close-range weapons being the meta is what keeps long-range weapons from being the meta. Long-range is naturally more effective, just like radius and burst weapons are naturally more effective. Unless there are strict counters to them, unless there are strict counters to snipers, snipers will always be the meta. This is why snipers are the meta in every single Battle Royale game. All of them. Because snipers don't really have downsides in those. Long range is automatically preferable. So in order to keep it from being a natural meta, you have to introduce a natural counter being close range. So I actually disagree with the premise. Now in this game, long-range weapons suck not because revokers counter them, but because mods counter them. So, yeah. You need EM8 for your Orion? Okay, never mind. I saw the message, but I didn't read who it was. I didn't read who sent it. My initial gut reaction was like, "Oh hell no! Don't spend 8 coins on EM Rifle 8." You want close and long range? Then use Stormwreck. Problem solved. Stormwreck is a mid-range weapon. It's possible to fire at long range, but it's not ideal for it. You miss sniping? It is a satisfying experience, yes. I don't think that the sniper meta was good for the game, but a lot of people do miss the satisfaction that came with it. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I do think sniper weapons should be much better than they currently are. I hate the fact that mods make them actually useless. Bro knows I want to buy it, yeah. Well, I know that you could get it for like $2 or something like that. Like, but most people in my chat are free to play, and so I just assume that anybody who's saying something is a free to play player, unless I like recognize the name, right? So because I recognized the name, I was like, oh, okay. But the moment I saw that, bro, I almost had a freaking heart attack. I was like, brother, no, don't do that. That's why I like Tetra so much. Same. Tetra is actually very good, but yeah, no. I mean, the more mods the enemies have, the weaker it gets. It's sad. It's sad. And I don't think they should change snipers. I think they should change mods. I think mods are the main problem. I don't want them to remove mods. I think the core idea behind mods was to keep everything from being one-shot kill, and I like that. But I think they went way too crazy with it. The percents are way too high. The number of layers on the multi-layered shields are way too high. Or at least the benefit that you get for all those layers. Like if they made the percent significantly lower, like if you had maybe a 40% shield with all of those layers, then it's like, okay, you're strictly good against individual projectiles, but then your shield goes down super quickly against anything else. And so there would actually be benefits to using solid shields, and then the solid shields would die really quickly to snipers, and so there'd be a bit of a trade-off there. It's like, you know, do you use a solid shield, do you use a multi-layered shield? There'd be pros and cons to both, but as of right now, it's basically just use perimeter multi-layered. Like, there's literally no reason not to. How usable is Redox actually? Like, not endgame, but at its natural rank? Not very. Like, if you practice it a lot, you can get some good results with it. Like a lot more than most people would with a Redox. But you'll almost never get like a top MVP, or even just an MVP in general, if there's like actual meta stuff in the match. Good for you though. Redox is actually better in 2v2 than it is in any other mode, so if you wanted it for them, go ahead. But yeah, I mean, you know the implications. Redox is really bad, so buy it at your own risk, I guess. Remove multi-layer, but give more HP to the shields. I don't think more HP is necessary. No. Even like the blockade, the solid blockade, and the solid perimeter, it's pretty difficult for snipers to take those down. I think like it takes like 2 railgun shots at least in most cases. So snipers still have a very hard time against those. I think if they left the solid, the percents on the solid ones the same, it'd be mostly fine. They could reduce the percents a little bit, and I think it'd be better. But then the multi-layered ones, I don't necessarily want them to remove the multi-layered ones. I just want them to reduce the percents by like half, so that it's not just objectively the best one to get. And then also reduce the number of layers, probably. Or reduce the number of layers, I guess. Like if you're reducing the percent by half, then like maybe remove 1 or 2 layers, but you could keep the layers for the most part. But if you don't reduce the percent, then just remove half of the layers so that it's not so ridiculous. If you practice Vortex a lot, you can get good results too. Yeah. Vortex is an interesting mech because, like, it can 1v1 most meta things. It's just that it instantly loses out to Deathwalker. That's really the thing that makes it bad. Like, Vortex will beat an Eclipse, it'll beat a Nomad, it'll beat a Surge. Most of the time. But it loses to Deathwalker, and everybody's got Deathwalker, so it just doesn't end up lasting very long. There should be a healing mod. Yeah, I think they should have gone for variety. I'm really upset that they didn't add any new mods. They literally just made like a couple, and then that was just it. It was just GG, you know. Redeemer or Aegis? I prefer Aegis way more than Redeemer. Why does it lose so hard to Deathwalker? Because they perform basically the same thing, the same way. Except Deathwalker, A, has more firepower, and B, it doesn't lose HP permanently. Like, there's a specific playstyle that you would use Vortex for, but that playstyle has been more or less replaced with Deathwalker, because Deathwalker can do it and respawn. It basically, Deathwalker can do the same thing, but without any actual consequence to it, right? And it can do it for longer. Its ability duration is much longer as well. But yeah, Vortex can take a lot of damage, but the damage it takes is permanent. And that's why it's worse. People already spent their yearly salary to max out mods, can't really change it now, people will be pissed, yeah. That's why the devs really need to be more careful before they release stuff. Because I really think that they have this mentality of just like, whatever. Like, if it's not that good, then it's not that good. But it's like, brother, you gotta be more careful with it. Because you won't be able to nerf, like, they can't nerf the stuff that's really OP once they release it. Because, yeah, like you just said. So they just, like, they keep creating problems for themselves. You don't understand how mods work, fair enough. Vortex reduces damage dealt to teammates, yeah. Doesn't really matter that much. I mean, you could have two mechs, like, if I had to choose between having 2 mechs that are twice as hard to kill, because Vortex reduces the damage by 50%, which means you have to fire twice as many shots. So if I made 2 mechs twice as hard to kill, or even 3 mechs twice as hard to kill, if I had a choice between making 2 or 3 mechs twice as hard to kill versus 1 mech that can literally just keep feeding itself over and over and over and over and over and over and over, I'd just choose that one. Like, Deathwalker, it can afford to be so aggressive because there's literally no risk to it. It'll just respawn back to where it started. Deathwalker is like the ultimate kamikaze. You're tired of Seeker with Revoker? That's fair. I've dealt with Revoker Seekers on this account. But the best way to deal with it, honestly, is just using, like, Zephyr. But obviously, like, Surge would be better if you have it. Deathwalker should be a light wreck. Yeah. Well, the thing is like, you know, you can think about all of these different mechs, and you can think of like, wow, that's really OP. How did they make, you know, how did they make this one weapon or this one mech like this strong? How did they, you know, why did they do that? But then, like, at the end of the day, Deathwalker's still overall worse than Eclipse and Surge. You know? So, like, they want to make mechs that are actually able to compete with the super top meta stuff because they don't want to make just, like, absolute garbage. Parasite's a nice example. Like, it's good. It's really strong. A lot of people would say that it's really, really strong, but, like, it's still worse than Eclipse and Surge. Is it top meta? No, not really. I would put Parasite in, like, maybe top 10, but I don't know. So, yeah, it's like, you know, you can't just keep making really, really bad stuff and then letting the stuff that's really OP just stay just uncontested and super OP for all of time. They want to make stuff that's actually able to kind of compete with the OP stuff. So it's like, on one hand, it's ridiculous that they make it so strong, and then on the other hand, like, what are they gonna do? Just leave the meta the exact same, literally forever? It's sad that they don't make endgame light mechs. I do agree with that, yeah. You're down on those who use desktop or laptop for mobile gaming. If I had my way, I'd make a division between both. Reaction times are faster with them. Hope one day it will become a reality. I mean, reaction time doesn't really matter in this game, to be honest. This game is very simple, so I don't think it matters that much. The main difference was between, like, the precise aiming mode that the PC players got. But mobile players have that now. I think it's still buggy a little bit, but hopefully they fix it. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, PC players kind of will always have a little bit of an advantage, but, you know, if you're splitting hairs, at that point you have to also be like, oh, you know, I'm mad at people because they have faster phones than I do. Mine overheats and lags, and I can't have the resolution that far up. So they should make a division between people who are able to use the highest graphics setting, because that technically gives them an advantage. Like, you could keep going down the line splitting hairs on all of that, but it's kind of pointless. There are some games that it matters a lot, but I don't think this is one of them. I don't think this is one of them. The mechs in the game are too slow. Makes it that the only thing that are able to keep up with the pace is scouts. It could be that other mechs are too slow, yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, Deathwalker and Vortex was meta, but it's not anymore. Both have, like, speed boosts, so those are, yeah, fast tanks, and those are good. So there's probably some merit to that. But that doesn't, like, does that mean that they should just completely abandon the possibility of any slow mech being strong? I don't think so. I think it's kind of a problem if it's, like, not possible to use slow mechs competitively. I think it's maybe a little bit ridiculous. They did a good job with Blockhorn, actually. Blockhorn's pretty slow, but I think is very strong. It is meta-worthy. It's like the Revoker problem. They would have to come out with an even stronger weapon or nerf it. Yeah. Well, that's what players want, though. Like, you can't even, like, put that on Plarium. Players legitimately want that. People are, most of the time, a lot of people are excited when something new comes out and it's super, super OP. People like OP stuff, just because whatever. but also, you know, they don't want stuff to get nerfed. They don't want the current meta. I would say like at least 9 out of 10 players would be upset if the current meta got nerfed, but would be perfectly okay if the current meta was replaced by something even stronger without that meta being nerfed at all. Like if they just released something that was even stronger, I think most people would not have a problem with it. So it's not to say that just Plarium wants to keep doing that. I think the players want that also. Do I think that creates power creep and that it's like inevitably going to cause a problem? Yeah. Yeah. Because if you just keep making stronger and stronger stuff, I think that the performance gap between... The performance gap is already way too big, bro. Like, some things are just so much better than other things that it's not even funny. Will they nerf Revoker? I don't think so, no. Wish they buffed Guardian stats. I wish they just buffed all the lower tier stuff. Like, they really could. Or even just all the legendary stuff. I think they could buff a lot of things that are weak. Bring it up to where it's maybe not stronger. And then, like, you know, even if the other stuff is... Even if Revoker and Stormrack are still the top 2 weapons in the game. Having those other weapons... even if it's just the legendary ones, even if they just buffed the legendary ones that did really bad, even just having those options means that some people will run it, which means that some builds will actually be able to counter. You will see a different meta. You will see a more diverse meta, and I think at very least they should just do that. Or at very least that's what they should start with, right? Because like I don't think they should. I thought about this for a while. I think for a while I was saying, oh, they should nerf Revoker, it's too strong, or they should nerf Dash Mechs, they're too strong, or the Dash Mechs are what's making Revoker so strong. And those are both true, but after thinking about it for a while, I think the better choice would be to just buff all of the stuff that's currently underperforming, and then just kind of see where the meta lies after that. Guaranteed the meta will be, you know, you'll have a much more diverse meta. People will be able to use things that they actually want to use, and they'll be a lot more effective. Because I know some people are just like really, really good with certain mechs and weapons, but they're not able to use them competitively because those mechs and weapons just suck. You know? Like they're just objectively not good. So I think that's what they should start with. Even if ultimately the meta is still more or less just Revoker and Stormrack, like even just the fact that other stuff is more... Even just having it more usable would be a massive, massive step up. Have ROG do very well with it. Without it, I've found more games where I've lost. I don't know what you're talking about, sorry. When I first saw pictures of Suppressor before it was released, based on the shape, I assumed it'd be a melee weapon. They're never going to make a melee weapon. At least I hope not. Because if they make a melee weapon, then it's going to have to be stronger than Revoker. And Dash Mechs would still be able to use them. It would just be a melee Dash Mech meta instead of Revoker Dash Mech meta. So I hope they don't make melee ones. It's possible, but I really hope they don't. Why is there an option to max out a light mech if you can't use it endgame? What's their thought process behind that, I wonder? Okay, so before the Great Update, everything was more or less... I don't want to say everything was more or less equally useful, but there was, it's a lot closer, obviously, right? And you could max out all of those things. I think to a large extent, the upgrade costs and just the upgrade options for all of these lower tier things are mostly just a result of what the game used to be back then, and they don't want to remove it. Because, like, I had a Mech Lancer before the Great Update. What are they gonna do? Just like, are they just gonna like remove the fact that it's Mech? Like, what happens with that? So, yeah, I think largely it's just that. I mean, I made a poll asking what people thought would be a better option. Would be to either make the performance gap smaller, or to just make lower tier stuff cheaper to upgrade. Most people agreed that just making low tier stuff cheaper to upgrade would be the better option. I'm okay with that. It should at very least be cheaper, right? Like, the fact that it costs the same amount of credits and A coins to rank up a Lancer than it does to rank up a Surge to rank 6 is ridiculous. It is legitimately ridiculous. I would prefer a solution more in line with, like, to kind of walk back on the Great Update, but I don't know if that's going to happen. At this point, it's probably not. They had it right the first time people were running around with Shotgun Tengu destroying everything. Yeah, well, everybody says, oh, I miss these days, but then back then they were talking about how they missed the previous days. You know, everybody before the Great Update was talking about how they missed the beta. Everybody before mods was talking about how they missed the pre-pilots. Everybody pre-pilots was talking about how they missed beta. Or everybody before mods was talking about how they missed pre-mods. Everybody pre-mods was talking about how they missed pre-Great Update. Everybody pre-Great Update was talking about how they missed pre-pilots. Everybody pre-pilots talking about how they missed pre-beta. There's always a level of nostalgia. The memories that you have of certain things will always be better. Like, there's some level of... I'm not going to say that they're all the same and that none of those updates were bad. I'm just saying that to some degree people are just saying that because that's what they'll always say. I think pre-mods is less prevalent. I see a lot of people saying, as in, you think that not many people say they miss pre-mods, or that pre-mods, not many people were saying that they missed pre-grade update. Grade change was bad, period. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But again, no, my point was simply that, like, just saying, oh, this was bad, I missed this, is like, okay, that's what everybody says about everything. Mods aren't very bad, the issue is accessibility. I mean, I agree with... I would change. Personally, I would change a lot of the ways that mods work, but the core concept of what you're trying to say, I do generally agree with, but I will push back. Lots of people do complain about pre-mod, or do complain about mods and talk about how they miss pre-mods. Like, lots of people. And that was the point I was trying to make. I wasn't comparing the updates in terms of, like, how good or bad they were. How do you like your pasta the most? With lots of cheese. At least it helps people refrain from buying garbage. Yeah, but it's just a freaking... It's a money sink, bro. A lot of people create rules around mods in order to have better experience. Yeah, that's fair. It's really just the multi-layered ones. Like, honestly, like, if they... The multi-layered ones, they just need less layers, I think. Because it really does make certain weapons legitimately useless. I like my cheese drippy, bro. Yeah. What kind of stream is that? We were just talking about stuff. Actually, I haven't played a match in like solid 10 minutes. Probably closer to 20 minutes, actually. Scratch that. I've just been chilling. I'm probably going to stop soon, though. That's usually what I do. Toward the end of a stream, when I stop playing matches and I start just, like, talking randomly about different stuff. It's usually a sign that I'm going to stop. But yeah. I am curious, though. Six Skull, if you're still here, just out of pure curiosity, if there was one thing that you could change about mods, what would it be? Would pre-disc launcher nerf arc, pre-nerf disc launcher and arc torrent be good the way the game is now? Absolutely not. Mods killed disc, my opinion. Maybe not strictly fact. We will never know because disc launcher did indeed get nerfed. But mods are what killed disc launcher, not the nerf. That is my opinion. I like the new in-game moderators. You feel like the chat's less toxic. That might be true. I saw somebody in global chat calling somebody else a mother flipper though, just earlier today. So I don't know how much better it is, but I just ignore global chat regardless, though. To be honest. Do you care about whether the players you play with are free to play or not? No. I don't discriminate. I'm not discriminatory in the sense that, like, oh, you're not free to play, you're worse than, like, I think the people who are really, really toxic towards players who spend, I think that's sad. I think it's a really bad habit. But I do require that anybody on this account that I play with be within, like, a certain inventory power range, and that's just to keep people from tanking, obviously. The inventory power range kind of determines the SP range, so. Are you accepting friend requests? Yeah. I might not have space currently, but I'll try to accept it. Biggest thing I would change in mods is to make it slider-based. You choose how you want it. So I'm going to make an assumption, but you can expand on that. I'm going to make the assumption that it is a slider based on, let's say, maximum HP versus number of layers. The more layers you get, the less HP it has. The more HP it has, the less layers you get. I'm assuming the slider is in relation to layers and HP. If there are other parameters that you meant instead, let me know. That is interesting, though. There definitely should be more of a trade-off between the two, though. The perimeter multilayer is it's just the strongest one. It really is. It should be one mod per mech. 4 is way too much. My original thought was, like, mods should take up some level of energy capacity. And they could increase the maximum energy capacity on things, but there should be some level of, like, I could stack up mods as a defensive mechanism on a mech, but it would cost me my firepower. Like, there's a strict trade-off between having a lot of firepower and having a lot of HP. You can't have both, right? Like, you could balance it out. There would be some level of balance, but you could have just, like, a stupid number of mods, or, like, sacrifice most of your mods for extra firepower, you know? You could put 16 energy weapons on a freaking Zephyr, and then, you know... I think that would be the best way to do it, just because that encourages a more, like, build the mech how you want to type of thing, build and play the mech how you want to type of thing, rather than just a this mech is this way and therefore it only works with this type of weapon, or you can only play it this specific way. I don't like that quite so much, but yeah, sacrifice HP or shield HP for layers. Yeah. Or damage reduction from the bonus damage galvanic. Another slider is the position of the shield. Front, circular, some protecting hit. Ooh. Positioning is a very interesting idea. I didn't really think about that. It's a very interesting idea. I like that. In terms of the galvanic, though, I'm not really sure how that would work. Like, why would you sacrifice damage reduction? Like, what would you gain by sacrificing damage reduction? Is that linked to the HP and layers? I feel like a single slider affected by 3 variables. I think it'd be a little too complicated. It's a relatively simplistic game. That's what you were saying about implants that should take up energy capacity? Yeah, I don't mind that. I do think most things... The problem... I mean, the main problem with the balance in Mech is just the fact that there's no downsides. Is that you can always just choose to get a strict benefit, and there's no downside to it. I think it would have been great for implants to be, like, more cost-benefit based, where you could increase your damage but reduce your total HP. Obviously not by the same amount, so, like, if you used all of the implants, then you'd get a strict bonus, but you could sacrifice one stat for the sake of the others. I think the fact that you can just equip as, like, pretty much, like, you have a weapon, you just equip all of the implants, and then it's just better in every conceivable way, is a little bit ridiculous. Mech HP or damage reduction. Harden versus galvanic. Shield HP versus shield layers. And shield positioning. Yeah, I could work with that. That's a system I could get behind. I don't know who would choose I don't know who would choose damage reduction over HP, or like bonus damage reduction over HP. It seems like, I mean, there would definitely, yeah, I'm not gonna complain about it. Like, there would definitely be like a, a best setting, the most meta, most optimized settings for each build, but that just exists in any game, so. Damage reduction helps a ton versus Starmac. Does it, though? Does the... like... Okay, man, I mean, obviously it does, but, like... to the extent that it's worth lowering your base HP, right? Like, or how much better are you doing versus Stormrack if... Make a video suggestion in your Discord? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Cause like realistically, yes, you're gaining some resistance benefit against, let's say, Stormrack, but you're also losing HP, so then you're taking a larger percentage of your HP. So like at the end of the day, are you still down to basically the same HP level? You could, it depends on the specific stats of the slider, I suppose, but, yeah. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be useful, I'm saying that I think it would be a little too niched, and that not many people would choose it if it existed. But that's just me. I don't really I'm thinking about the practicality, I don't really foresee myself using that, like, on almost anything. It's half of the Stormrack damage, which is quite a lot. Okay, but that's depending on how much of the galvanic that you have, right? Once that galvanic HP is gone, then you have the base HP. So, like I said, obviously it depends on the ratio of bonus of galvanic resistance versus HP lost. Depending on that ratio would determine whether or not it's actually worth using in some cases. My initial thought was like, unless you make the ratio like really high, then I really couldn't see it being that useful. But I mean, maybe you could make the ratio really high. I mean, it's like 3% reduction for every 1% HP. Swarm Hammer. Much appreciated, sir. Thank you. One more game before 4 hours, and you show me. If you're gonna show me Viper freaking Stalker, I will remove you from my friends list. Okay, one more match. I think Galvanic HP is more as Hardened Hull HP currently. I think what you mean is you think it's worth more than Hardened Hull HP? Could be true, could be true. I have meant to test the intricacies of like Galvanic Hull and the way that it behaves against like Stormrack and Revoker specifically, also in tandem with Blockade. So I have meant to test that. If there's a specific way that you'd like for me to test it, then like give me all the details that you want. All the things that you think would be important to see. Because I think I do have... Pineapple Boy, much appreciated, sir. Please let me out. I think I do have, like, the starting of some... Wait, channel members can't post ideas in the stream ideas channel? Oh, yeah, no. Don't put it in the stream ideas. There's a new just video ideas forum. Just create a post. So I locked the challenge and stream ideas channels. Yo, Pineapple Boy. 5? Thank you, sir. That was very much appreciated. Is it Wyostar, Artie, Riga? Abandon. Let's go. And Nico. Thank you. Happy birthday, thank you. I'm not gonna lie, that stream that I did that day was actually a lot of fun. And I'm gonna make videos out of I plan on making videos about pretty much all of them. Like all of the challenge that I did, I think was really good. That was a lot of fun. Also, brother, watching that stream back and editing that stream, and then going back and watching like the other like videos that I've made, makes me realize just how freaking dead inside I sound when I'm just like recording normally. It's actually, well, I apologize. Okay. We got it, bro. These guys though. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, about the challenge and stream ideas thing is those are just open for people to see it. Like if they put a suggestion there, hey, let's go. If they put a suggestion there and then they wanted to put it in the other one. I just left it open so people could, like, see what they put before. There's a guy behind you. Hi. Oddfish, hello. How are you? How do I buy membership? I wanted to for a while, but I don't know how. The money sign thing, like at the bottom of the chat, should like direct you to it. I don't know if there's some specific restriction that you have on your phone or something. I don't know. Just like pressing that gives you like the different options, and I've never had an issue past that point. So apart from that, I have no idea. Oh, you see it now? Okay, okay. Typed in the middle of the convo, but I asked if you think it's a good idea for weapons to have 5 implants. As a downside, you can't use all of them. So my personal opinion is that mechs and like there should be way more mech implants and way more weapon implants. Like if there were 6 or 7 different implants for every single mech and weapon, then you would have a lot of options in terms of how you want to, like, which specific buffs you want. Like, obviously you couldn't use all of them. You'd still be limited to, like, 4 implant slots on a pilot. But then you'd be able to choose very specific things about the weapon that you want buffed at the cost of obviously not being able to use all of them. But they would be very, very specific ones. It'd be like, obviously damage, obviously reload. In some cases, range, probably most cases, range. RPM is another one. Radius is another one. Projectile speed is another one. You could build the same weapon like 3 or 4 different ways to be used slightly differently. The main problem with that is that it's just a freak ton of implants to have to get. And so I think a lot of people wouldn't really like that. I didn't see your Hellfire Seeker. Oh, I did. I just didn't mention it. I'm sorry. Custom memberships. Hellfire Seeker is a gamer build, though. That's yep. Build of champions. Pros and cons. Be better than everyone hanger being the same. I think so. Like, from a balance standpoint, I think it's good. Like, if it was just a thing that they had done from the start, yes, it's good. Obviously, there's complications with, like, changing the way that the system currently works and implementing a new system. It's the same thing with, like, the gear hub, right? It's like, there's complications to it, obviously. So I don't know how practical it is. And I've never formally proposed this idea to Plarium myself, because I don't think I've worked out enough of the kinks to a point where it's necessarily worth suggesting. Like, I treat most suggestions as almost it's like a bug, where it's like, you know, please fix this bug, duh. But I treat most suggestions with the assumption that, like, they will, maybe not the assumption, but I treat it as if they would implement it based on my suggestion alone. So I always try to put like the most amount of thought behind it first, and not suggest anything that would potentially harm the game in one way or another. The problem is that if you change basically anything, even though it might benefit one aspect, it's almost always gonna hurt another, which is why I don't make a lot of like game-changing suggestions. They wouldn't listen to me anyway, don't get me wrong. They would not change anything just because I said so. But I do like to be thorough and not give stupid suggestions just for the sake of being like, oh, I have ideas. Like, no. Where would you rank Redox from the bottom amongst legendary mechs? It's better than Brick House, and that's all it has going for. In terms of free to play, what's the best weapon for Mimicker? Pod gun, I would say. What's your favorite dashing mech? Probably Nomad. I know, Nomad's kinda cringe, but it can be fun. I mean, I don't use it with Revoker. I'd say it's the most fun mech to use with, like, random weapons. He says, other than Surge and Nomad. Okay, literally, he's just asking me, do you prefer Slingshot or Killshot? You're trying to put me in a corner here, bro. What's your favorite dash mech? Other than all of the dash mechs except for Killshot? I'm not going to say Killshot, bro. It's not gonna happen. Killshot's at the bottom of the barrel. Better than Brickhouse, but they're both snails. That's true, yeah. If you have good mods, actually, like, the higher SP you get, I actually think Redox does better. Just because the mods really help it, and it has the highest percent mods, similar to... well, it's got the same HP, and gets the same mod benefit as, like, Surge and Eclipse. So... yeah. Like, Redox is actually, like, surprisingly not that bad the more I play it. You think Redox is pretty much as good as Onyx and Scorpius? That's kind of fair, yeah. Scorpius I could actually see a use for, though. Scorpius is actually pretty useful. You just sit there with a camping weapon, like Strike Rocket or Helix Strike or something, and you just, like, absolutely spam the crap out of it. Onyx, the rockets are really only useful if the enemy doesn't have mods, which most of the time they will. And by mods, I mean mod shields. A generic speed boost implant would be cool. I think that could be more of a mod to add, potentially. But yeah, if we're talking, like, mech implants, I do think all mechs should have, like, at least 5 implants, like, going back to that topic of implants. If all mechs had, like, at least 5 different implants. You could have one that's just generic HP. You could have one that, I think, personally, I do think that, like, lower tier, maybe we'll say light mechs specifically, if they made light mechs have an implant that gives them more energy capacity. I mean, just an idea. I'm just throwing that out. I'm thinking out loud, obviously. This is not, again, it's not something I would suggest, but just thinking out loud. It could be pretty dope. But yeah, but then, like, just like all these other things relating to the ability, you know? Mostly ability related, but yeah, there'd be some just generic ones. It could be, there could be speed increase, there could be HP increase. I would love Legendary Tengu. It feels like most people agree with that. And I really pushed Pasha during that interview. I was like, hey, I think people actually, like, if they made a Legendary Tengu that was still also 16 energy, a Legendary Light Mech, I think people would like it. But he didn't think they would, so I don't know. 700% speed boost on Redux. See, that's the problem, is that, like, when it comes to just generic, like, I'm very hesitant when it comes to especially speed boost. Because it's like, okay, what does this, like, if you have a speed boost implant for a specific mech, which mechs do you have it on? Do you have it on all of them? Like, how much of a speed boost do you give them? Do you, like, you have to give a pretty large speed boost to make certain mechs actually useful with it. But if you have that same percent speed boost on mechs that are already really fast, then it's kind of a problem. An interesting solution, which does appear, something I never really thought about, but this does appear in War Robots Frontiers, the other game that I play, An interesting solution would be to actually just make it a flat number buff, meaning that, let's say it adds, I don't know, arbitrarily. I'm not actually suggesting, but let's just say arbitrarily it adds 10 kph to your base speed. This would be a much larger percent for naturally slow mechs. For a 14 kph mech like Brickhouse, it would be nearly doubling the speed, whereas for Surge, it would only be like a 30% increase. Surge is like 29 kph base. So a flat number buff could be consistent across all mechs while still benefiting slow stuff over fast stuff. And that is a possible solution. I don't know if it's the best solution, but it's a possible solution. How is this game so boring? I'm gonna ask yourself. Like, if you're bored, then I don't know how that's my problem. I was hoping this one was gonna be a legendary Tengu. That's fair. Imagine a mech that shoots a nuke as its special. It would be kind of funny, but we all know it would be kind of useless against multi-layered shields. Can't wait for the next support mech. Oh, I forgot that was coming, yeah. I'm actually surprised it's not out already. I think it's been a little over 8 weeks since Parasite came out. And the next support mech, which is gonna have like a beam ability, that mech is supposed to be the next one. I would have assumed that they'd go back to the 7 week cycle, where it's like every 7 weeks they release a new mech. Maybe they're doing it every 9 weeks, because they did 9 weeks during the holiday, or right after the holidays, I think. Or was it, I don't remember. It was around the holiday time. I think they did a 9 week cycle, and then they did like a 5 week cycle for Christmas, I think. But maybe they're going to just like a 9 week cycle. I do kind of hope that they actually slow down on new mechs and weapons. They need to slow down. They need to focus on other stuff, bro. The nuke could damage multiple mod layers. Okay. Similar to, I swear it's similar topic. It's similar topic. Can we all just agree that Onyx Quad Rocket should take down 4 layers? It should be considered 4 projectiles. Can we all agree on that? How does the clickbait Macarena hacks have more views than this? Because everybody wants free stuff, bro. It gets them every time. This is why I don't make videos about promo codes. It's too easy. Need pilots with 5 slots. That would be ridiculous. See, if it was like 5 slots at the cost of HP, at the cost of like base HP and damage boost, then yes. The problem that I currently have with pilots is that like legendary ones are strictly better than epic ones. They have an extra slot, they give more HP, they give more damage. There's no conversation to be had. A legendary is just strictly better. So if they made one with 5 slots, more than likely it would not have a pro-con situation. More than likely it would just be strictly better. And I don't like the way that they do that. Warbots do it in 4 weeks? Yeah, Warbots makes a lot of stuff, though. If EMs can do it with double damage, Onyx needs it. Is that the reason that EMs take down multiple layers? Is because it deals double damage? I knew that was a thing that happened sometimes, but I never fully understood why it did that. That's very interesting. I'd have to fact check that before, like, spreading that information around, though. But yeah, it's very interesting. There has never been a mech that has confused me as much as Outlaw. I cannot get consistent results with anything I've tried. That's fair. Okay. I think the simple answer is that Outlaw is not a solo queue mech. Like, you shouldn't be playing Outlaw if you're a solo player. It's the sort of thing that you play with friends. It's a quad rocket, but the damage is not enough to take out 4 layers. I beg to differ. Hold on. Let's assume it's at max. Damage per magazine, 69, very nice, 1,000. $69,833 divided by 4 is about 17,000 damage per rocket. 17. Hold on. We can work this backwards, right? 17,000 per rocket. Let's make the assumption that it can. Let's work this backwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the assumption that each rocket does take down a layer. And I'm going to assume that the damage of each rocket is exactly the HP of each layer. So I'm going to multiply it by 9, which would be the total. So this times 9. That would be the total shield HP for a perimeter multilayer. With a pilot, of course. So I then divide this by 1.4, I think. I think that's right. I might be confused. But that's 112,000, and that should be the base HP. What I'm left with should be, if I did it right, the base HP of a mech whose perimeter multilayer would be destroyed by an Onyx quad rocket. The base HP that I get is 112,000, which is almost exactly Onyx HP. Meaning, it could take down multiple layers of Redox or any of these scouts, or Scorpius, or not you, or Nomad, or wait, no, I'm looking at the. That's my bad. I'm looking at the base HP of rank 5, so that's not true. I was gonna say that doesn't seem right. Yeah, no, any maxed legendary mech would not. You're correct. You're correct. What about this? 119. It couldn't even take down 4 layers of a freaking Panther, bruh. Oh no. Oh, that's just sad. Are you the? No, you're more. Are you the same? You're the same. Arachnos. It couldn't even take it down of Arachnos. What? These are all 140. I think Tenku, Stalker, and Guardian all have the same HP. Okay, Jake could do Shadow. Doesn't mean a whole lot. That is crazy. Okay, never mind. You're correct. You're correct. That's not very much. But to be fair, it would only take 2 projectiles to take down each layer, so it would be able to at least take down 2 layers, but I digress. It would still be cool. I think Outlaw gets better the higher SP you have. Crashing a Zephyr doesn't have the same impact as crashing a Deathwalker. Yes, like Outlaw is like literally just exists for Deathwalker. It's one of the only things that can actually kill Deathwalker. So if you don't really fight Deathwalker, then it's not that good. But even still, like I have found that in general, just using it as a solo player, it's very much a support thing. Just using it as a solo, like playing solo, it even against bot Deathwalkers is just not very good. It's a good point, though. It's a good point, though. It does pretty much strictly counter Deathwalker. Probably Vortex too, but bots don't use Vortex. What if a mech was able to summon a bunch of weapons that you choose in the hangar? That sounds like there's no chance it would be balanced even remotely fairly. Pilots buffing weapons into not damage abilities is tragic. That's, you know what? I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Okay, look. I see what you're saying, but to be fair, it would at least get it two layers down. Okay. At least, for the sake of argument, I think it's more the principle of the matter. It's like, even if it literally only has enough damage to take down one layer anyway, I think it's the principle of the thing. It's called a quad rocket, and it counted as one projectile. Come on, bro. Mech summoning weapons sounds like a Ragnos. That's crazy. We already have a mech that summons weapons. It's called a Ragnos. Most OP mech. Oh yeah. Alright, I think I am done here. Yeah. No, we're not discussing anything even remotely important anymore, so it's fine. I appreciate everybody for stopping by. Yeah. Take care.